Hello, everyone. Welcome back to more Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. Last time, well, a lot happened last time. We discovered that the individual who had killed both of the monks was in fact one of the monks. And he killed the other monk because he was a rebel hunter. And the monk who killed him was actually a rebel, as was his wife. However, in order to protect his wife, he then killed himself. So things got really heavy last time. I wonder how that'll change things. This time, we're going to move on to the next case. Turnabout Storyteller. Let's get started. So apparently this is a much shorter case than the other ones, according to my friend. Crap, I forgot to do something. Oh well.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, 10, 11.
Oh shit, he dead. Shisho's dead? Do you think he did it? Oh no. If he did, what do we do? Hey, pull yourselves together. Don't worry. I have an idea. May 13th, 9:45 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. Okay, first things first. Yeah, I gotta go back to the menu real quick. I forgot to do something important. Got to do something really important. There we are. Now we can continue. I almost forgot. Not this time, though. Also got a drink. Let's skip ahead. We already saw that. I wish I could skip ahead in this. All right, now I can do it. May 13th, 9:45 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. What the heck? Who brings a defendant to his own trial late? Plus, the request was so last minute, I didn't even have a chance to talk with my client. He's late.
He's late for a very important date.
Widget, shut up! My name is Athena Cykes. Armed with an analytical psychology and a full arsenal of legal know-how, I'm a fully competent defender of the Right Anything Agency. Oh, I wish my client would show up already. The trial's about to start. It appears we made it just in time. Where have you been? The trial's about to start, Simon. Simon Blackwell! Hello, mate. How you doing? You needn't get so worked up, Athena. His baldness can wait. There's no way he'd wait for me. And besides, why would I want to start off on the wrong foot with him right out of the gate? Dealing with such matters is part of being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, well, covering for your lateness is not.
Still, but a rank amateur, I see.
This is Simon Blackwell. He might not look it, but he's actually a prosecutor and a psychology specialist. He and I go way back. As for our shared specialization in psychology, we're both disciples of the same person, so to speak. But he's kind of my senior, I guess. A twisted sense of humor or not, I wish he would stop treating me like a child all the time.
So, we're our right going to justice.
Mr. Wright is abroad, and Apollo is helping Trucy with her magic show. Didn't I tell you?
They're what? So neither one of them are here. Leaving you to take this on alone.
Yep.
Ye God. Fall right back. It's not too late.
Oh no, not too late at all. You only need to know how to teleport.
Very well. Then I will settle for justice. Go grab him by the horns and drag him here.
Apollo is literally in the middle of a show, Simon. You may not want to admit it, but I've got what it takes to take on this case. Just leave this to me and go watch from the gallery.
As your defense derails in spectacular fashion.
No, as I win the heck out of this trial. I'll be okay. I promise. So wipe that look off your face already, will you? Anyway, I take it the guy behind you is...
Yes, he's your... he's asleep again. Hey, Bucky, wake up!
Yeah. What did you do that for, Simon?
Oh, no.
He's drunk! Who's this yellow chickadee?
She, your lawyer, has it worked. I'd say she's more green than yellow, however.
Lord, she sure doesn't look it, does she? Is she like a fellow apprentice or something?
Something like that. I've known her longer than I know you. You could say we are bound to one another.
Oh, okay. Well then, I guess I better call him, Ms. Chickadee Dead. Oh. Simon, this guy's not only rude, but he's 3 sheets to the wind at his own trial. I'm surprised he isn't dropping all of those. Holy hell. I know we just met, but I'm about ready to give him a piece of my mind.
You will. Just save it for after the trial.
Ms. Chickadee? Don't call me that. How'd you do? Sharby's here. She's an old friend of mine. I'm the 4th generation head chef of Wet Shoba. Well, noodle number 4, Bucky Wet. Nice to meet you. How did he do that when he's drunk? It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Wet. So he can pull himself together when he wants to. If only the trial wasn't starting in a few minutes.
Having been accused of murder that only occurred yesterday, I'm afraid it's taken a toll on me.
And you happen to be there at the theater where it happened too, right? They say they found a rakugo storyteller murdered in his dressing room.
Indeed. The victim, master storyteller Typhoon Tonai, a longtime patron of Wet Soba.
Typhoon Tonido. Typhoon Tonido. I can't find the pun in that name. Hold on. I'm gonna look this up. I do like the theme, though. It's perfect for a drunkard. Let's see. Typhoon Tonido. Personality, name. Oh, his name's a pun on typhoon and tornado. Okay. Alright, I can dig it. I don't know why, but I can dig it.
Master Tornado had been looking after Bucky since when Green passed away.
I see. The victim was kind of like a father to the defendant, huh?
That stupid old fart. Like a father? No way. He was always just in my sober. How dare you speak ill of him? Running your mouth like that is why they suspected you of his murder in the first place. Now, pull yourself together. Number 3 must be rolling in his grave. But Shimey, the police don't believe me. They won't listen to me.
Looks like he's still in shock from the whole ordeal. Don't worry, Mr. Wet. Everything's gonna be all right. I'm gonna defend you with everything I've got. You're in good hands now.
You mean you believe me, man?
Of course. No matter what, I'll believe you till the very end.
Gee whiz, Miss Chickadee.
Now come on, I need you to shape up. Just like all those al dente noodles of yours.
Yes, ma'am. A soba is the precious. If you puke on me, I'm not defending you.
Mr. Wet!
Great big pillock.
So, how exactly do you know this guy?
I frequent wet soba. Still do, in fact. I've known him since he was a lad. That's why his father and Master Tornado were always so good to me.
I didn't know you liked soba so much, Simon.
I would expect one such as you, who eats meat slapped between slabs of bread, to understand the delicate nuances and subtle textures imparted by buckwheat flour.
I can attest to this. Soba's so good. Hey, that's just rude.
But I digress.
All about flavor and subtlety and stuff.
If I let wet soba end like this, I'll never be in the basement for free of Master Tornado in the next life.
Ah, I see. And that's why you came to me. You wanted somebody you could trust.
It's never my intention to ask you.
I'll show him. I'll show him I can handle it just fine.
Well, I believe it's just about time.
What? But we haven't even properly discussed the case yet. We don't even have any evidence in the court record.
What's the matter? You look nervous, Athena. Don't tell me you're chickening out.
I'm just trembling with excitement of the battle, that's all. Oh, guys, let's do this. Come on, Mr. Wet. Get up off the floor. We got a case to win.
Yes, Miss Chickadee. Gotta do my best.
Wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba.
Yeah, hello? 2 bowls of noodles. Sorry, sir, no can do. Kinda busy at the courthouse. Huh? They hung up. Okay, let's do this.
He's not gonna do himself or his case any favors like this, Simon. Maybe we should let him go get some rest somewhere.
Let me rest. Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh, like my soba. Hey, don't let me soba don't rest. It's all about the refreshes. I had the buckwheat seeds fresh. Cut the... Uh-oh. Back. He's blacked out.
Oh, boy. I just knew something like this would happen. Simon, what are these 3 freshes of soba he was talking about?
First, buckwheat seeds, or groats, are ground to make the buckwheat flour, and the dough made with this flour is cut in a large rectangular knife into noodles. And finally, the buckwheat noodles are boiled. Each step is done immediately, one after the other, so that the soba is fresh when eaten.
Oh, so that's what he meant. I wouldn't want him to make me any soba right now, though, that's for sure.
Athena, this is no time for idle chatter. You need to get to the courtroom now. Just remember, as a prosecutor, I will be unable to lend you a hand. So don't expect any help from my quarter.
There you go. Treating me like I'm incompetent again. For your information, I wasn't planning on asking you for help anyway. Just you wait, Simon. I'll show you.
This is interesting.
Mr. Wright and Apollo may not be here, but that's all right. I can do this on my own.
This will be your first case all on your own, Athena. Are you sure you can handle it? Well,
It is time for her to grow. She's been trying to do this for years now. Ever since the start of the second game, she's been trying to move on her own. And now that all of her baggage is, well, not all of it, but quite a bit of it is gone thanks to the trial from the previous game, it might be a good time to try. Also, hello, Shu. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome to case number 4, Turnabout Storyteller. Apparently, this is going to be a much shorter case than the other one, which I am very thankful for. I hope I can get this done in the 6 hours I've allotted myself.
Ah, yes. It's time. Shackle, raise your gavel. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Bucky Wet.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
I see you've finally gone and changed your costume.
Shackle made me.
Very good, Shackle.
Hey!
The prosecution is fully prepared, Your Honor.
What the hell are you doing here? You're supposed to be in Kura-in! It's been a day! How in the hell? Hi, Angel. It's good to see you both. So, does Nayuta have, like, teleportation powers or something? Because just one day ago, he was across the ocean in Kura-in. And now he's back here in the United States. What the hell, man? Do you not stay put or something? Anyways, how's everybody doing today?
Watch this. No prayer this time, Prosecutor Shotbody.
That is correct, Your Honor. To expedite business, I completed them before the lobby.
How very thoughtful of you. By the way, what brings you back to this country?
Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth himself called on me to handle this case. Edgeworth called you? Besides, I have a debt to repay. Though my opponent is yet a callow thing, I have no qualms in sending them down to hell.
Objection!
If you have a score to settle, it's with Apollo, not me. But more importantly, I am not a callow thing. I am a qualified and capable attorney. Hey, it's no worries, Angel. I get it. Trust me. I don't get the kids part. Well, I kind of do. But I absolutely understand injuries. I get them every time I come home from work. Ugh. But I understand. Thank you for being here. My day's been good so far. I'm planning to do something throughout most of next week in order to help Carlos out. I might as well get it out of the way now. Starting next week, we're going to be putting the series on hold. After this case, we're going to put the series on hold for about a week, maybe a little longer, because I want to do a bunch of charity streams to help my good friend and fellow streamer Carlos. I'm going to be working with a bunch of other people in order to try and get a bunch of donations to help him through a really hard time right now. I won't go into detail about what that hard time is. But I will be doing a whole bunch of streams next week to help draw attention to it, and also lead up to a really big thing that I sadly can't be a part of due to time. But I'm gonna do my part. So, well, I hope your back's feeling better, Angel. 45-pound bags of dog food. Yikes. Now then, let's continue. I think she's been pointing long enough. My arm hurts. Then what is that yellow attire, if not proof of your immaturity, you small spring chip? Now, cease your shrill chirping.
Now, Prosecutor Shotbody. She is still only a teenager. Please go easy on her.
Excuse me? How old is Athena? Oh, I can't look and find out. According to her bio last game, she was 19. Which means she should be about 20 right now, so you shush your mouth, Your Honor. Great. Now even the judge is giving me the kid treatment. Also, my outfit is orange. Colorblind dolts? Very well. Shall we begin, Your Honor?
Yes. I suppose we should. Now then, Prosecutor Shadmati, please give us your opening statement.
I'll show them what I can do. They'll be sorry they underestimated me. Hello, Anthony. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you stick around and check out the other things. This is the Ace Attorney collection that I'm playing on Steam right now, but I think it might also be on Switch. This is a remaster of the 3 Ace Attorney games of the Apollo Justice trilogy. So it might be on Switch. I'm not 100% sure. But either way, these games are great. I'm just so happy to finally be doing them. Certainly. Let the last rites of the victim commence. The incident is believed to have occurred at around 4 p.m. yesterday, May 12th. Also, for the record, we have no evidence. We just came into the trial. We're already here. We've got nothing. Meanwhile, I guess this guy over here has all the stuff lined up and ready to strike me down, so let's do this. At a storyteller's theater club called Kurukuru-te. The victim was a great master of Tornado's school of rakugo, or comedic storytelling. His name was Taifu Tornado. The scene of the murder was the theater's dressing room. It is accessible via the staff entrance hallway. It has an inner and outer slide. The estimated time of death is between 2 and 5 p.m. The cause of death is suffocation, though how the victim suffocated is yet to be determined. I'm going to be streaming the entire case today, Angel, so probably 6 or 7 hours. I really hope it's 6. If not shorter. The autopsy found nothing unusual in his lungs or stomach, and there is no murder weapon. Wait, so he suffocated in a bowl of noodles without inhaling the noodle water? How? How is there nothing in his lungs? That is weird. Now submit the incident report to the court. Prosecutor Sadmati, how can you name Mr. Wet as the culprit when you don't know how the victim was killed, or even with what? While it is true that the weapon and precise method are, as of yet, unknown, the accused is the only one who had the opportunity to commit the murder. I'll explain this assertion in further detail as we continue. I guess this means he has some kind of evidence to present. Also, sounds good, Angel. Say hi to John for me, would you? And tell him I'm sorry I can't watch. For now, I gotta investigate the court record stuff. So... the crime took place in the dressing room here, alright? He was found with his face in a large bowl, but apparently there is nothing inside of his lungs. This is very weird. If the cause of death was the noodle bowl, there would be water in his lungs from the broth. The victim was making soba noodles from scratch in the dressing room. The room is covered in soba flour, and there are 2 drink cans in the fridge. Well, it's not completely covered. There's a mark here of something being dragged away. There was someone else in the room. Absolutely. And I can tell you why. There's a second drink that's been spilled, and there's a half-eaten bun here. So there was someone else in the room with him at the time. Also, the TV is completely unplugged, which is strange.
Now, would the accused care to plead his case?
Come to think of it, where is the defendant, Miss Sykes?
Sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid Mr. Wet isn't feeling very well and is resting in the infirmary. Surely it is the lack of a clear conscience that impedes him from facing his court. Great. Starting off on the wrong foot already. Mr. Wet is the head chef of a soba shop, frequented by the victim. On the day of the incident, Mr. Wet went into the theater at the victim's request. Haifu Tornado is a connoisseur of soba. As you can see in these photographs, he was apparently making soba himself in his dressing room that very day. The soba found at the scene is likely the soba he himself made. Liking soba is one thing, but making it in a theater dressing room is a bit much, no?
Master Tornado truly had a passion for soba, didn't he? For a man like that to be murdered by a soba chef is simply unthinkable.
And yet the accused had an ample motive. For in the victim's safe, we discover the deed to the accused's shop. Mr. Wet was to inherit the wet soba when he died. His father recently. However, it's believed the victim stole the shop's deed during the transfer process. The prosecution believes the accused killed the victim in order to get the deed back. The deed holder is Bucky, alright?
A murder over the deed to a shop. That does sound like a plausible motive.
So that's what this case is about? I wish Simon had filled me in a little better. Could have contributed more than just 1,000 buckets of cold sweat if he had. Depictions. From your demeanor, I gather you know very little about the details of this case. Well, you see...
Shut it up!
You are dishonoring the soul of the victim by appearing in the courtroom unprepared. You are an embarrassment to your profession. You putrid egg yolk. I'm sorry. Apollo's a red pepper, and now I'm an egg yolk? I just started and I've already been demoted from spring chick. I am ready to call my witness, Your Honor. Let's listen to the words of one who was present when the crime was discovered. Someone who was there when the victim's body was found?
Very well. Witness, please take the stand. What the hell? Simon, what the hell are you doing there? Oh, I just did a Ugh, God, I need to stop making a drink. Jesus.
Witness, please state your name and occupation so that Shackle may stop choking to death.
Simon Black, prosecutor.
Prosecutor Blackwell? You didn't tell me you were going to take the stand.
There simply wasn't time.
What a shame, Prosecutor Blackwell. Had you shared the damning scene you witnessed beforehand with the defense, you could have moved this trial along and saved the victim's soul much faster. Damning scene? What in the world did Simon see?
Prosecutor Sad Madi, was it? Before I give my testimony, there is something I'd like to confirm.
By all means.
This case involves rakugo, a very traditional form of Japanese comedic storytelling. You have enough knowledge of this art form to handle the case completely and competently.
Are you implying that I am not qualified for this case?
Not yet. I'm simply trying to ascertain your familiarity with the topic. For now.
It is a prosecutor's duty to learn the background of any case he takes on. I did some research on rakugo last night, and I have grasped the overall idea of it.
How much could you possibly grasp in a single night?
What is with that butterfly? Rakugo is a form of entertaining storytelling that originated in the land of Japan. In it, the storyteller sits alone on the stage with only a fan and a toad at his
rakugo artist tells long, whimsical stories, giving each character a distinct voice. This traditional art was originally invented by monks that makes sermons more interesting. Much like you are doing now, Shackle. Oi, no breaking the fourth wall. That's my job. Sorry. Are you satisfied? You know, I could explain the 12 types of endings to such stories. Or shall I perform the famous story of Joker instead? It appears you have put in a bit of study. Your acknowledgement is most welcome.
I can see why you are known for being quite thorough in your research, prosecutor. Now, I would love to see you perform that story you mentioned, if you don't mind.
That is your honor's request.
Hold it!
Your honor, could we please get back to the trial?
Oh, right, of course. I had nearly forgotten.
Seriously, of all the things for you to forget.
Now then, back to the case. Shackle, are you done choking?
If any of you break the fourth wall one more time, I'm gonna go ahead and get my hammer.
Very well. Prosecutor Blackwell, please tell this court what you witnessed.
I went to the theater yesterday. I arrived at approximately 4 p.m. I went straight to Master Tonido's dressing room to say hello. Bucky went to the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Master Tornado's junior disciple, Unido, apparently then entered the room soon after. That's when Unido discovered Master Tornado's body. Now, wait just a minute here, prosecutor. With testimony like that, you're practically accusing Mr. Wet of the crime. All I can do is state what I saw. I can't help how it appears. But a qualified and capable attorney, such as you, should be able to dispatch with it, right? Well, yes, duh. All right, guess I better start by getting all the info out of him that I can.
Hold it!
Prosecutor Blackwell, what did you go to the theater for in the first place? I went because I had received an invitation from Master Tornado. Here, see for yourself. It was a special show commemorating his junior disciple Unido's promotion. It was also an occasion to announce the boy's succession with the stage name Undo 2. So what exactly does it mean to succeed into a stage name? You really don't know, do you? I don't, and neither does the court, so please explain. Very wise. In the performing arts, a name for succession is when an artist inherits a predecessor's name. Think the same way of wrestling. Wrestling? How so? Do you not know of the legendary El Santo? Yeah? El Santo gave up his mask in order to his disciple, in order for him to become El Santo II when he retired. Ah, I see. It is much the same in the performing arts. I see. So there was another Undo Rakugo artist before, and this disciple succeeded him then, And what exactly did your invitation say? It contained a simple letter of salutations and an outline of the show's program.
Oh, it appears Typhoon Tornado was going to perform Toki Shoba or Time Shoba. He's famous for his masterful pantomime of eating Shoba using only his fan as a prop. And Undo was to perform Shoba Sei, or Shoba Glutton, a Shoba-themed show. I see. It seems you know a thing or two about Rakugo yourself, your baldness. The first to perform was the senior disciple Giri, followed by Undo, and lastly, Master Tornado. I see. So that's why you happened to be at the theater yesterday. So what happened after you arrived? I straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say
Hold it!
And how did Master Tornado appear when you said hello to him?
I went with the intent of greeting him, but ultimately didn't actually meet.
You didn't see him? Why not?
Gary escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, he decided to wait in the hall until he was done.
You heard the rakugo being performed in the dressing room?
Yes, not only me, but Gary as well.
In other words, you can confirm that the victim was still alive at around 4 p.m.
Correct. I couldn't hear him clearly through the doors, but I am sure it was Master Tornado. I could tell because it was the time sober routine being performed in there.
So that means the victim was killed sometime afterwards.
But went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while
Hold
later.
it!
Please tell us in detail how Mr. Wet appeared at the time.
Gary and I were waiting in the hallway for Master Tornado to finish practicing, when Bucky appeared and entered the dressing room with his things.
What happened after that?
We heard what sounded like Bucky shouting inside the room. About 10 minutes later, Bucky came back out of the dressing room looking rather irate.
This is most likely when the murder was committed. The victim was an elderly man. It wouldn't have been entirely possible to kill him within the span of 10 minutes. I better come up with some kind of counter-argument fast.
Hold it!
Apparently entered soon after.
What do you mean by apparently? Didn't you see him go in?
No, I couldn't. I wasn't able to see the dressing room door from where I was standing at the time.
Ah.
But Gabriel was right in front of it, so I'm sure she saw it all.
I see. And why do you suppose Undo went to the dressing room anyways?
He had just finished his routine, so he was making a courtesy call. A disciple is to pay their master respect right before and right after each performance.
And all disciples are expected to do this.
Yes, it is common courtesy among rakugo artists.
I see. Could you tell us what happened after Undo went to the dressing room?
Certainly.
Why is Athena wearing the maid outfit? Because I switched the costumes around, Doom. It's about time I did.
That's when Undo discovered Master Tornado's body.
Hold it!
And how did Undo react at the time?
After Undo had been in the dressing room for about 2 or 3 minutes, we heard a scream from inside the room and Undo came flying out.
Did you hear any signs of a struggle at the time?
No, just Undo's woeful scream.
Okay, quick rundown of the case so far. As you wish, Doom. Basically, he dead. He's suspect. He's an artist. He's an artist at a theater who does soba-based routines. He is the suspect because he's inheritor of the noodle making business that's apparently this guy stole the deed from. Also, Simon is a witness. And guess who's the prosecutor again? There's your rundown.
I see.
Well done, Prosecutor Blackwell.
Oh, also, one other tiny little problem. Before we came into the courtroom, we didn't have any evidence. At all. We had none of this stuff. All we had was our badge. So yeah, we're backed into a corner already.
Your testimony has given us quite a glimpse into the sequence of events.
Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. And now please allow me to summarize your testimony. While Prosecutor Blackwell and Gary were in the hallway waiting for Master Tornado, the accused came along and entered the dressing room with some item in tow. He was heard shouting for a while inside the dressing room.
Should have been Clavier instead of Neura. You know, that would have made more sense, and that would have been a very cool thing to do. Having her stand up to Clavier and actually show her stuff against an ace attorney. That would have been a great way to show just how far she's come. Plus, I could get to do Clavier's voice one more time, yeah? That would have been great. Anyways, back to this case, shall we? He was heard shouting for a time inside the dressing room. About 10 minutes later, he came back out of the room, seeming rather angry. A short time after the accused had come and gone, Undo Tornado went into the room. A few minutes later, after having discovered the victim's body, Undo gave a scream and came running out into the hallway from within. Prosecutor Black ran into the room and saw the body himself. That's not good. From the circumstances, it's quite clear that the accused murdered the victim. Yeah, I just went off on that, Doom. I just asked that question, like, not even 20 minutes ago.
This is crucial testimony indeed.
Defense. An eyewitness has given conclusive testimony. Why not let it all go now and allow the victim his last right? Not on your life! If Uendo went into the dressing room too and was the first to discover the body, then who's to say he didn't commit the crime? Uendo was in the dressing room for a mere 2, perhaps 3 minutes. You're kidding, right? I could think of a way to kill someone way faster. However, suffocation does take a little while. It's still worth having talked to Uendo for the time. It's still plausible. He could not have possibly committed murder in that time, nor without making any noise. That's not true. Oh, Simon, why did you have to give that awful testimony? Prosecutor Blackwell, can't you give me something a little better to work with here?
Isn't it up to you to ask the right questions? I'm certainly willing to tell you all that I know. So if you truly are as capable as you claim, then draw out what you need for yourself.
This is no time for your twisted games, Prosecutor Blackwell. Just admit you don't remember it all that well. And he's on his sutures again. Prosecutor Blackwell, watching you collude with the defense like this, I see that you are no prosecutor. Begone, witness. You shall haunt this sacred hall no more.
How dare you treat me like some evil spirit to be exorcised?
I'll remember this, you black god.
Ooh, you got on Simon's bad side.
That's a bad thing. Don't worry, Prosecutor Blackwell. I've got this. Would I have my way, you would not be the only one here to step down. You half-boiled, putrid egg yolk. Yeah, I object to the notion that I'm a gooey, smelly mess. Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony was like the lowly opening act of a rakugo show. He may hold the title of prosecutor, but this time he stood on the side of the defense.
My guy, he's a witness, and he just told the defense, no, I can't give you anything else. You...
The drink gives me calmness. To restore balance in this trial, I would like to present an actual witness for the prosecution.
And who is this witness?
The person who was with the prosecutor Blackwell when the body was discovered. She is another entertainer of the Tornado School, Miss Geru Tornado.
Oh, Edgeworth would absolutely like a word. Huh. Clown. All right, then. Weird things have happened. Please state your name and occupation, witness.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to represent the Tonio School with twist. That was okay. And boom, there you have it, a stunning balloon hat. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Geru Tonido. Just call me Geru, sweetie. 1, 2, balloon.
What a way to capture your audience's attention! I dare say I can't take my eyes off those balloons.
Please tell me you're talking about the actual balloons, Your Honor. Oh, Mr. Judge, I'm so glad you liked my performance. Would you consider joining my fan club? Pretty please.
Oh, absolutely.
And please save your fanboying for after the trial, Your Honor. Anyways, Geru, I can't help but notice you seem awfully cheerful for having just lost your master. Of course I'm sad, but Shisho would scold me if I didn't put on a big smile. Never show sadness. Smile, 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 with a twist. Okay, you are a master of using balloons. Understood. And balloon, there you have it. One gorgeous cake. I see. I guess an entertainer's gotta do what an entertainer's gotta do. Your balloon art's worse than a Rorschach test. All I saw was a severed monster head. Geru, you're obviously a balloon artist. So how did you come to be a member of the rakugo school? Well, my late father that is, was a rakugo artist, you see. So I joined the Tornado school to be just like my father someday. I see. My father and I so much to Shisho, our master, but that lucky wet. Oh, how could he? I want to see him pay for what he's done quickly as possible.
Your distress is entirely understandable, and my condolences for your loss.
And not only that, but hey, you have more to say about Mr. Wet? Every time he comes to deliver soba for us, he yells at me. He always tells me to get away. Is there any reason why he would say such a thing to you? He says the smell of my perfume will get into his soba and ruin it. Like, how can he say that? That's a great sin.
How very rude of him. I don't blame you for being upset.
Excuse me, Your Honor, but please don't let Geru's balloons bias your judgment. Mr. Wet hasn't been proven guilty yet, remember? It will be interesting to see how long that fire of yours will last, defense. Now then, Geru, please share the truth with this court.
Yes, Geru. Your testimony, please.
Also, Shackle, you're doing good. Quiet, clown. Let's get to work. From 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20 when Shisho's body was found, Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the Jackson room. Before Undos discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jugamu was barking like mad. Prosecutor Blackwood, do you have any objections to this witness's testimony?
No. Make up your bloody mind, sad Marty. First you exorcise me, and now this.
You need only do as you were instructed by this humble servant of the Holy Mother. As there are no objections, Your Honor, let us move on to the salvation of the victim.
Hold it!
Hey, I'm the defense attorney here, Prosecutor Sadmati, and I just might have an objection or two once I actually cross-examine the witness. So what are you asking Prosecutor Blackwell for? I'm the one you should be checking with. There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Kurainism. To stir the wind is beyond the power of a spring chick. In other words, the inexperienced are useless. With that in mind, it seemed more judicious to consult Prosecutor Blackwood.
He doesn't even see you as an adversary, Sykes.
Well, I won't let either of you insult me. And I'll show you I'm no inexperienced spring chick. I haven't seen the meme yet, Doom, so... Your Honor, I am ready to cross-examine the witness.
I hope you can make Prosecutor Shadmati Shio as a worthy adversary, Mr. Sykes. I will allow your cross-examination, so you better strike while the iron is hot. Your Honor, quiet. Do not insult one of my defense attorneys, just as she is not allowed to insult you.
Very well. Blah, 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 blah.
Hold it!
So the murder must have happened sometime in those 20 minutes, correct? But 20 minutes isn't a lot of time, is it? I don't know. I mean, what do you want me to say? That's what happened, you know? Isn't that right, Simon?
Yes, Geru and I can both confirm that Tornado still lived around 4 p.m.
Oh yeah, you can, can't you? See? Simon and I, blah, blah, blah.
Hold it!
The fact that the two of you were there in front of the dressing room means you were able to see everyone who went in and out, right? Of course. Or are you insinuating that I was daydreaming or sleeping while I was standing up or something? No, of course not. I saw everything, I tell you. Fine. So you say anyway. But did you really?
Hold it!
Only the defendant and Undog entered around this time of the murder. That's right. That's why it must have been Bucky who killed poor Shisho. Let's take a deep breath, okay, Geru? So not a single other person set foot into the dressing room during the time. I already told you over and over, didn't I? There was nobody else.
I must apologize on the lawyer's behalf. Even her memory is that of spring chicks. Overlook her transgressions as best you can.
Oh, I see. Poor thing. Hang in there, sweetie. Hey, who are you calling a bird brain, buddy? You and your freaking butterfly. You take that back.
Hold it!
Jugamu? That's my dog. I keep him at the theater. Let's see. With a twist. And boom, there you have it. A cute little Jugamu. He's kind of creepy looking. Oh, but he's really good dog. And why was Jugamu barking? You think it's because he saw someone suspicious? If so, then we have a new suspect in the case. Now, why was he barking again? Oh, I remember. Because it was time for me to feed him. So I went into his yard and gave him some food. Couldn't somebody have slipped into the dressing room while you were doing that? No, the door out to the yard was wide open. I was seeing if anybody went into the dressing room. Prosecutor Blackwell, come down to the stand for a second, please.
How many times must I do this?
You saw what Gary was talking about, right? So why didn't you mention that before?
I can't be expected to remember every minute detail.
Well, remember them now, please. Did Gary go out into the yard?
Yes, I remember now that she went to feed Jugamu. And I saw her looking towards the dressing room quite frequently as well.
Do you recall anything else?
It looked as though she were feeding the dog a great quantity of dumplings or something. Jugamu couldn't finish them all, so he buried the rest in a corner of the yard. That's about all I can recall.
Looks like Gary was telling the truth. Your Honor, I'd like Gary's last statement added to her testimony, please.
As you wish, defense.
The door was wide open, so I could keep watch on the dressing room. I don't think so. I'll call her out on that in a second.
Hold it!
You know what this means, right, Garu? You weren't in the hallway the entire time after all, were you?
Well, okay, so I did go out into the yard, but it was just for a second. And the yard door was wide open, so I could still see the dressing room the whole time. The door was open so she could still see the dressing room? Prosecutor Blackwell, I need you on the stand again, please.
What am I, your lady in waiting?
You remember anything about the time Gary was in the yard?
Simply that Jugamu buried the food he couldn't finish in a corner of the yard. That's about all I can remember.
Thank you. I really need to hear about the dog again, though. When I finished feeding Jungmoo, I returned to the hallway. And then I saw Bucky go inside the dressing room. No question about that. Okay, so around the time of the murder, Giro and Simon were hanging out just outside the dressing room. I'm gonna have to find a flaw in there somehow if I'm gonna want to get anywhere. So, I don't think that's possible. If the door was open, no matter what happens, if she's in the yard, she can't look into the dressing room. Especially if she's feeding him right here. Right here, looking that way, she would only see the rest of the yard. If the door was open, it would block her view. There's no way she could have possibly seen anything. Take this!
Objection!
So you were able to keep an eye on the dressing room while you were out in the yard. Is that correct? That's right. The door out into the yard was wide open. Sorry, but that makes no sense. Take a look at the diagram in the backstage area. There is a clear contradiction between this diagram and the witness's testimony.
Oh. I am afraid I don't understand, Miss Cykes.
What else is new?
What?
Nothing.
Please. Please, point out what contradicts the witness's testimony.
Take that!
Gary was in the yard near the doghouse. Prosecutor Blackwell even saw her there. And while she was out there, the door to the yard had been left open.
Ah, now I see.
Yes, if the door into the yard was wide open, as Gary said, it would block her view, making it impossible for her to see the dressing room. What? No way!
But even if there was admittedly a few moments Gary was not keeping watch, how much would that really affect this case?
It would greatly affect the case. From the spot Prosecutor Blackwell stood, he couldn't see the dressing room door either. Anyone could have entered the dressing room during the time without being seen. Gary, why did you try to hide the fact that you weren't watching the dressing room? What?
Objection! Hide the fact. You speak as though you think she had something to do with the murder. Rather than deliberate deception, it was more likely a simple oversight. Right, witness?
Well, I was so shocked by what happened, I was just confused, that's all.
Even though she is trying to keep up a brave front as an entertainer, the truth is she is being torn apart by grief. For her mind to be in turmoil is hardly unexpected. Yes, it must be very difficult indeed. To a disciple, one with master is akin to a real parent. Surely her shock is immense. The way this lawyer tries to pin the blame on this poor soul at the first opportunity. All I can say is defense attorneys are heartless creatures indeed.
But that wasn't what I was trying to do.
It is beyond your comprehension. Your unskilled argument is scaring the witness even further. And if we ask the people of this courtroom, I'm sure they would agree.
What? The gallery doesn't get a say in this.
Are you afraid to find out that they think ill of you? Or that perhaps you are in the wrong? Listen to them now with that keen sense of hearing you're so proud of. Uh-oh.
No, I was just trying to find the truth. Why is the whole gallery siding with Prosecutor Sadmati?
People understand. You know what is wrong.
training?
I hear the voices in the gallery. I can't hear the voices of their hearts. So intense. I feel so alone up here, fighting by myself. Are you afraid, child? It's beautiful. Come to a trial with such compulsory preparation of the soul. I command you, leave this court at once. But I can't give up. I have to keep pressing on. As long as there was a moment when nobody was watching the dressing room door, the defendant can't be convicted solely on Prosecutor Blackwell and Garu's testimonies. Even now, you will continue to resist. You are childish and defeat as well, I see. I'm not out of the count yet, Buster. I'm just getting started. Despite your posture, is it not true that your resolve could crumble at any moment? With but a little push, you would surely succumb to despair. A little push, such as with this piece of conclusive evidence. Conclusive evidence, huh? That is correct. We found a crucial and critical piece of evidence at the scene of the crime. The victim's dying message, which clearly implicates the accused, Bucky Wetz. Look at these Japanese playing cards. There's Karuta, lined up on the table. These special English version Karuta cards spell out the message. That message, wet number 4. Wet number 4? You mean wet noodle number 4?
Uh-oh.
Yes, wet noodle number 4, as in the fourth head of chef of wet soba is also known. This message points to none other than the accused Bucky Wetz. No!
That makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
Wow, great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh no, this is really, really bad. What do I do? What do I do? But you still carry on a futile fight in the face of this irrefutable evidence. You can say whatever you want, but we won't know until we... It is cruel to give the accused false hope. It will only compound the suffering. Realize people of the court, do you not agree? What? But I'm trying to prove Mr. Wett's innocence here.
Y'all are assholes!
I know you hear the defense. Their voices implore you to save the accused's soul. It's time for you to let it go and move on. You inexperienced lawyer. You lack the confidence with which to accomplish anything meaningful here. Is he right? Is this too much for me to handle on my own? Now, defense. Leave everything to this humble servant of the whole.
Silence!
He is trying to use your keen sense of hearing against you to manipulate the trial, Athena. What a cheap trick for a supposedly holy man.
Simon!
I may be a prosecutor, but here I'm a witness, and you thought-doodles in the gallery. Can't a man watch a trial in peace? This inexperienced amateur is about to turn the trial around.
The room in this courtroom is starting to change.
Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you doing at the defense's bench? I grew bored of watching from the gallery. Plus, Your Honor, I am not a prosecutor in this case, but a witness, which means I have no obligation to help either side, but no obligation to not help my fellow disciple. Besides, if I were to leave this trial to the spring chick and lose my favorite soba shop in the process, I will be quite cross.
You voluntarily stand on the side of impunity and sin. Truly, who you are.
To think you were so easily manipulated by these parlor tricks. Whatever happened to qualified and capable Athena?
Just let my guard down a little bit, but that won't happen again.
Then gird up your loins and steel yourself for battle.
I'm not girding up anything in this skirt, but I am ready to get serious. It seems there is now yet another soul I must cast down into hell.
I was in prison for a long time, and hell sounds no worse than cell, to be honest.
The fires of hell will not be the end of your suffering. The sin you have just committed shall surely be reborn as a panda in your next life. A white and black reverse panda, that is. And you shall be put in the zoo, be exposed to public ridicule. A threat like that won't work on Prosecutor Blackwell. After all, he's already used to looking like a panda in this life.
Who are you calling a panda?
Sorry! I see that you are both prepared to face the fires of damnation. Here, thank you for your service. You may step down now. Okie dokie. Bye-bye!
Also, fun fact, Also, being in a zoo doesn't sound half bad when you think about it. What? I would not need to hunt. I would not need to worry of predators or illness. That sounds like paradise. You have made a grave mistake underestimating Athena.
Now then, I have a witness prepared to testify about the Karuta cards.
And who is the witness this time?
The first to discover the body, and someone who witnessed the crime scene firsthand. Mr. Undo Tondo. The time has come for that ponytailed pair over there to finally let it all go and move on.
Very well. Let's bring in this witness then. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
I am the rakugo storyteller Unido Tonido. Even if my performance isn't worth watching, I will certainly watch my words. I wouldn't want to say anything thoughtless and get arrested. After all, that'd be rakugo. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Witness, get back here!
Hold it!
You can't leave yet. You've only just introduced yourself. Oh, not mine. Are you a fan of mine, miss? Would you like my autograph? One moment. Ow! What do you think you're doing? No need to stand on ceremony. A fan deserves a fan, after all. A fan for a fan. Nice one. Oh, why if it isn't Simon? How are you on this fine day, sir? Quite a dilly of a pickle we found ourselves in, wouldn't you say? I don't believe I've ever seen you talk quite so much, Window. Never performed in a place like this, you know. I got butterflies here, can't you see? Why do I always get the weird ones?
How does it feel, Athena?
Ah, Mr. Wright, I take it back. Your job sucks.
I know. Pardon me, witness. As much as I enjoy your banter, I believe we had better return to the case at hand.
Ah, I suppose you're right. In that case... I was promoted to cussing yesterday, and I received a stage name window. The show was our way of celebrating my new name and middle rank standing. And then that happened. How? I didn't dream something like that would happen, not in a million years. And just as I got my chance to start repaying my debt to Shisho too. Yeah. Plus, I'm worried about Geru. At least she clung to Shisho. Poor thing. I told her to keep a stiff upper lip.
stiff like rigor mortis. Keep telling those lame jokes and Shisha will never come scold you from the grave. You keep telling those lame jokes and Shisha will come and scold you from the grave. Wait, who said that? I wouldn't mind getting yelled at, you know. I meant seeing him again. Undo, please, as charming as your various characters are, this isn't a rakugo stage. Let us hear your testimony now, witness. Tell the court about the evidence left at the scene, the proof of the accused's guilt. Hey, Rabbit Dude, welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. I noticed Shisho's dying message right away. Doom, I hate to break it to you. That's a guy. Anyways, how you doing, Rabbit Dude? I noticed Shisho's message. Dying message right away. The stiff cards were right there next to the stiff, you see. Hey now, enough of the silly puns already. Anyway, I got the meaning right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky. That was the master's final message, just as he was drowning in sober broth. I would like Shisho to not to write Bucky's name outright. Plain and simple wasn't his style. I'm doing well.
Well, that was certainly a more entertaining testimony than usual.
Doom. Uendo is a guy. Like, he's a man. He's a dude. As for his name pun, let me look that up real quick. This is going over my head. Okay, it's Wind and Tornado is his name. All right.
The variety of characters performed by the witness was absolutely splendid.
We shouldn't be performing any characters in the first place, Your Honor. And Uendo, the murder weapon hasn't been determined yet. Doctors say the victim was drowned in soba broth.
It's obvious. All you have to do is look at the crime scene. He was found with his face shoved in a bowl. It's only natural to assume that he was drowned in the broth for the noodles.
Except we're not here to assume things, Uendo, so please just stick to the facts.
My, it's like a soba chef to kill someone this way, wouldn't you say? And with the Karuta message he left behind, it's clear that Bucky Wet did it.
Set aside the issue of the murder weapon for now. That dying message certainly does seem to be irrefutable evidence.
Indeed. It proves the absolute guilt of the accused.
Even I gotta admit that I can't see how that message could mean anything else.
Bucky used soba for the deed. All to get back at the soba shop deed. Simon, do your thing.
This certainly makes Mr. Wet look super guilty. I gotta do something.
That's his conclusive evidence. What a farce.
What do you mean, Simon?
What's this? I thought you said you were planning on asking me for help.
I did and I won't. Thank you very much. Simon must have found an inconsistency in the testimony. I better listen carefully and try to see what he's found.
Alright. So, just to clarify, I already know what the inconsistency is. I paid attention, Doom. I know for a fact that right here, nothing was found in his lungs. He could not have drowned. Especially not in the soba noodles. So the bowl can't be the weapon. He suffocated, not drowned. There's nothing in his lungs. There's a very big difference. But I'm gonna press everything.
Hold it!
Lindo, when you saw the cards on the table, what made you think they were Master Tornado's dying message? Well, it was a coded message right there next to the body. I'm sure anybody would have thought that they were to name his killer. I love murder mysteries, and I often watch them on TV. Oh, I see. I saw a similar scene during a murder mystery marathon last Tuesday. That's what made me think this must be a dying message.
Hold it!
The cards were on the table your master's body was slumped over, right? It must have been surprisingly calm to notice them at the time. As I said, the stiff cards were right there next to the stiff, so they were hard to miss. Wouldn't it have been more natural to notice the victim rather than the cards? The message just caught my eye because the stiff cards were there right next to the stiff. Yes, but that hardly seems significant enough to make a person take note of them. Stiff cards next to the stiff. So basically, there was no real reason for them to catch your eye, was there?
Hold it!
That's right. I need you to give your testimony, not perform a scene. Please remember you're on the witness stand, not the stage. But look at all these wonderful people in the audience. It's only natural for an entertainer to want them to have some fun. We can let a few jokes slide, right?
The inevitable bleeding of your work into your other areas of your life. I know how that is. I find myself being unwittingly judgmental in my personal life as well.
Right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Well done, Your Honor. I guess you can't judge a judge by its cover.
I advise the defense not to be so critical of the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Much obliged. Anyway, I got the meaning right away.
Hold it!
The cards do spell out wet number 4, which could be interpreted as wet noodle number 4, I suppose. I suppose you took this to mean Bucky wet?
There's only one wet noodle around here. You've seen that giant 4 on its back.
It's only interpretation that makes any sense. Yeah, I guess so. But wait a minute. What's this? What is it? Oh, there's another wet noodle in the area. What? Did I say something strange?
Bucky is the sole heir to the shop. So enough of the ludicrous straw grasping.
How was I supposed to know?
Just listen to the testimony again and find the glaring inconsistency.
That was the master's final message. Left as he was frowning.
Hold it!
So the victim lined up those cards in his final moments? How can you be so certain that's how it went down?
I know she's so.
He'd never let someone get the last word on him, even in death. With his face in the soba broth, his consciousness fading away, he left a message that pointed towards Bucky as he left this world. It's the only way that it could have happened. Wait, the only way? Now you're just speculating.
Look, a dying message is something you believe as you're dying, right? I saw a scene like that in a detective show.
I have a saying in my country. Silence is more precious than diamonds. Please do not speak any more than is necessary. Talking is my livelihood, you know? I talk all the time. This and that, truths and untruths. I can't stop myself from talking. Talk. Hopefully he'll be sticking to the truth without any of those untruths.
Hold it!
But don't you think it's strange that a dying person really leaves such a convoluted message? Even in the throes of death, it was Shisho's nature to throw a twist in somehow. Truly the consummate entertainer till the very end, don't you think? Was he really that great of a man, Simon? It would have been no easy task, to be sure. But who knows? He wasn't an entertainer for 55 years for nothing. If I ever bite the big one like that, I'm gonna leave a message as good as that she shows. Well, let's hope it never comes to that. Simon, are all rakugo artists like this? It is hard to say. It could simply be the eccentricity of an entertainer. Or perhaps he's hiding something. Well, he doesn't have to entertain people in the court of law. If he is trying to hide something, maybe it'll show up as a contradiction. Anyways. Take this, motherfucker!
Objection!
There's a contradiction in Uendo's testimony.
And would you care to explain what they are, Mrs. Cykes?
Widget says hi.
Certainly, Your Honor. According to the autopsy report, nothing unusual was found in the victim's lungs.
Ah, yes. It does say that, does it not?
If he had drowned in a bowl of soba, then there should have been soba broth in his lungs. But since there wasn't any, it means the victim was suffocated with something other than the soba broth.
What?
This is the contradiction you notice, isn't it, Simon?
Not bad. Not bad at all.
I guess I showed you.
But if drowning in the soba broth wasn't the cause of death, then when was the victim's face thrust into that bowl?
Taifu Tornado's face was thrust into the bowl after he died. Because no soba broth was discovered in the victim's lungs, his head must have been placed into the bowl after he died. And that's when the soba broth must have been spilled onto the Karuta cards. In other words, the victim could not have lined up the cards as he was drowning.
I see. So this was done after he was already dead. But why would the culprit do such a thing?
I'm afraid I don't know yet. You boast a psychological expertise, and yet you cannot determine such a simple motive. My sides are liable to split at the absurdity. What? And I suppose you know why? Of course. Desecrating the body in that manner indicates a strong sense of anonymity on the part of the perpetrator.
Yes, that does make sense. It certainly paints a clear picture of the culprit's intense feelings towards the victim.
Feelings of resentment over the theft of the soba shops did, no doubt. Great. Now the judge has an even more unfavorable impression of Bucky.
Silence!
Must you come undone at every juncture? The culprit had time enough to set up Master Tornado's body. You think they would have honestly failed to notice that dying message?
Good point. The cards were right in front of his body, after all. Rationally speaking, there's no way the culprit could have missed that.
Objection!
But was the accused rational at the time, given the way he stormed out of that room?
Silence!
Never mind that. I have something more important to ask Uendo.
Me?
You saw the Karuta cards firsthand, did you not? Would you care to tell us about them in a bit more detail? Those tiny crime scene photos show us precious little of what I wish to know.
Well, those cards are from Shisho's special Soba Scenes of Tokyo Pass set. Each card is related in some way to Soba.
Spare me the history lesson. Just tell me how the cards looked at the scene, and no more.
Well, there was soba broth spilled all over them.
That's not much help, I'm afraid. Prosecutor Shadmali, do you have a photo that shows the cards more clearly?
I do. Please accept this meager offering, Your Honor.
You're kidding, right?
Oh my god.
Oh my, what delightful looking cards.
Well, well.
Well. Hearing Prosecutor Sad Monk's conclusive evidence of cause should be a breeze with this. Don't tell me you haven't noticed.
I've noticed, Athena. Come on, girl.
What? Come on, give me a hint.
You see how the broth doesn't line up, right?
Oh, they're rearranged.
Now let's see what happens when we put them back.
Don't be silly. Of course I have. Not noticed anything, but I can't exactly say that now, can I?
Miss Cykes, do you really see a problem with the prosecution's claim about these cards? Well, go on then.
All right. All I have to do is study the picture and...
These cards were rearranged. These cards were rearranged.
But how can you tell?
Please take a good look at the cards, Your Honor. The answer is right in front of us.
Where exactly should we be looking, Miss Cykes?
Please focus your attention on the soba broth stains on these cards. The outline of the stains don't match up with the larger stain on the table.
Oh, well, would you look at that? You're absolutely right. And?
Please recall that the soba broth was spilled and got on the cards after the murder. When the victim's face was placed into the bowl...
Yes, go on.
By the stains, we can see that the culprit deliberately rearranged the cards after that. In other words, this message was altered in order to pin the crime on my client.
Well, what? Then, if we put these cards back in their original positions...
We can restore the evidence and see who the cards were really pointing towards.
That's true.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it. All I have to do is rearrange the cards so that the stains match up. Let's see. Where was the W card originally? Perfect. Alright, the H card is next. Let's see here. Yeah, now the E card. Let's see, this one should go here. Perfect match. Next up is the T card. That one goes here. Alright, that fits right there. Now the N card. There, that looks good. Now the O. Nice. Almost done. The last card is 4.
Take that!
Owen fourth?
So the message, wet number 4, was originally supposed to say Owen 4th. And this original message is our clue to the identity of the true culprit.
What?
That indignant look on Prosecutor Sadmonk's face is positively priceless. This is absurd. So it was originally Owen 4th? Suckers!
I will have orders! Wow, I never would have imagined that there was more to these cards than meets the eye. And no, they do not transform. So now that that is settled, what does Owen 4th mean?
Wait, am I?
Who else do you suppose is to provide an explanation? Of course it is you.
But I hadn't thought that far ahead yet.
Change the cards around all you like, but if you cannot explain what the message means, then it is as worthless as you are, defense.
No!
So the spring chick that manifests itself in the graceful swan is brought back down to earth.
Do something, but what?
Still your thoughts for a second. There's a perfectly good witness to question over there.
Oh, right! That's a good idea. Come on, Athena, get a hold of yourself.
Window, does the phrase Owen Fourth mean anything to you?
No, there's no one named Owen in the Tornado family or our circle of friends.
Go ahead, ask me anybody you'd like. Serious.
I see you have things expected,
Silence!
I'm afraid I have no idea who the devil this Owen Fourth is either. But the fact remains that the cards were rearranged to pin the blame on Mr. Wet. That in itself proves that the defendant isn't the real culprit.
Prosecutor Blackwell is correct. Besides, the important question here is not who does the message point to, but rather, who rearranged the cards?
Why did you point that out earlier if you already knew?
Sorry. In any case, there were two opportunities for someone to rearrange the cards. The first was when Mr. Wet entered the dressing room, and the second was when Uendo had discovered the body.
Are you accusing me of rearranging the cards? Me, who came to testify out of the goodness of my heart? Well, you didn't exactly come running out screaming straight away, did you? Even a mere 2 or 3 minutes is more than enough time to get up to some devil. So what exactly were you doing in there, Uendo? Put down the tea and spit out your answer.
Mr. Prosecutor, what's a guy supposed to do at a time like this?
Silence is more precious than diamonds. Therefore, you only need to stay silent. The defense is they are waiting for you to slip the tongue.
Oh, I see. So that's what they're after, is it? In that case, Your Honor, I've decided not to say another word.
Very good. After all, your right to remain silent is protected by the law.
Well, Prosecutor Blackwell, any other brilliant ideas you'd like to share?
Did you hear that, Cykes? Rakugo artist who's afraid to speak. Who's ever heard of such a thing? I'm trying to become such a petty trick to get my work.
That's right. I'm not gonna fall for it.
I'm only asking to hear your story. Besides, it's not like your job to tell your tales if there's an audience to listen.
Even so, I have the right to refuse to answer.
The more you keep quiet, the more we want you to talk. That is simply human nature. Isn't that right, people of the gallery?
You're gonna break!
Get him, Simon, get him! Even with this wonderful audience in front of you, you still refuse to talk. If so, then perhaps you chose the wrong line of work, my friend.
Are you saying I should quit?
Because I'm not afraid to speak my mind, I'll have you know.
Oh no, never mind what I just said. It is scary to talk. It's absolutely terrifying.
But no, as a rakugo artist, I must talk. If I don't, how can I ever show my face on stage again? Your Honor, I am ready to testify.
He did it. He managed to convince Uendo with that power suggestion technique.
Bully for you, Uendo. That's a real rakugo artist should be. All right. If the witness wishes to testify, then by all means, please do so. To be turned on by such an obvious ploy. What a man of weak spirits.
Suckers! Excuse me a moment, everyone. I need to go smack a bot on Twitch. This'll be fun. Now, where's my smack a bot button? Here it is. And adjust. Oh, look at that. They actually suspended or got banned already. Anyways, I'm still going to report. Submit report. And block. And... that's fun. Oh, and also... Be gone! Now that that's done. Ugh. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over on the table, motionless. From what I can tell, there do not appear to be any inconsistencies in the testimony. Of course there aren't any, because I'm not trying to hide anything. Prosecutor Saimani's right. I don't see anything inconsistent either. But I did pick up on some faint discord in Uendo's heart. Ponder all you wish, defense, but it is pointless. Your Honor, I believe there is no need for further deliberation.
Hold it!
I disagree, Your Honor. I detected discord in the voice of the witness's heart. That's a clear indication that Uendo is facing some sort of inner turmoil.
Are you saying what I think you're saying, Miss Sykes?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense would like to conduct a quick therapy session on the witness.
Objection!
Uendo, there's no need for you to submit to this so-called therapy. It's fine by me. I have nothing to hide. Bring it on. Impetuous fool. Why will you not listen to the guidance of this humble servant of the Holy Mother?
If the witness wishes to proceed, I see no problem, prosecutor.
In 1 year, and out the other. Ah, so this is what it feels like. I know, right? It seems this performer has no need for your so-called guidance, Prosecutor Sad Monk. Just know this, Uendo. Your folly will surely earn you divine retribution. Thank you, Simon. I'm going to make the most of this opportunity you've created for me. Just keep your wits about you. I will. Widget! Uendo, could you please tell us again about what happened in the dressing room? Widget, go!
Showtime! Hello. 100. Let's go!
Uh-huh. I didn't really notice any unexpected emotions in that testimony. But it isn't always a question of the presence of an emotional response, but the absence. You know, you're right. It's not always the emotions I do see, but the ones that I don't. But I should see. I already saw it. Did you see it? There's a lot of sadness in his heart here, but he's not surprised. Damn it!
Got it!
He's not surprised. There we go. Uendo, I'm noticing something strange with these emotions. Something stranger than cheesy toast skin, you say? No, something strange with these emotions. How could you have heard something stranger with cheesy toast skin? I don't know, maybe it's me who's got some cheese in my ears. Will the floor to open up and swallow his cushions out of shame for that bad joke? Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is that I noticed something unexpected in your emotions. Now stop hiding and come out where I can see you.
Bailiff, please bring the witness a few replacement cushions.
Wait, they actually disappeared into the void?
Yes.
So what was this unexpected thing you noticed? Oh, come on! His Honor said a few cushions, not a few dozen.
Now that we've all had a good laugh, please continue, Miss Sykes.
Who's laughing? Focus, Athena, focus. Don't let yourself get rattled. When you entered the room and saw your master slumped motionless over the table, you weren't the least bit shocked, Uendo. Don't you think that's a little odd? Is it, though? The lack of surprise means you were prepared for what you saw. And I think I know why. The reason the window wasn't shaking when he saw the master's dead body is because he knew that he was dead. Window, I think maybe the reason you weren't shaken was because you already knew that you would find your master dead. What? What? What kind of a thing is that to say? You've got it all wrong. Oh, right. I just remembered something. I thought Shisho was just sleeping when I first saw him. You thought he was sleeping? That sounds plausible, but... What made you think he was asleep? Well, he had his head and arms up on the table as if he were taking a nap. Oh, and one other thing. There was that note, too. A note? What note? Ah, he must be talking about this. It appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting, do not disturb. Yeah, that's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisho was napping?
That is a pretty reasonable assumption.
You've gotta be kidding me. How come we didn't see that note beforehand? That's right. I saw this note, so that's why I thought Shisho was asleep. I want to change my testimony to include that statement, please. Alright, fine. I'll run an update.
Update? Updates suck. How come I got an update? No!
Wait, why are you pissed? There was one emotion that seemed out of place given Windows' actions and statements. Why was he angry?
If you've noticed something, then hurry up and point it out already.
I know, I'm just trying to be thorough, that's all.
Fine. It looked to me like you were just being timid. But if you were being thorough, then I shall let it slide.
I was not. You just watched me pinpoint the heck out of this emotion. Watch this.
Got it!
Window, I noticed something funny in your emotions again. Funny, you say? I guess an entertainer of my caliber can't make people laugh, even with my emotion. I didn't mean that kind of a funny. Quite the opposite, actually. Angry.
Green widgets!
When you entered the dressing room, I see that you suddenly felt anger. What I want to know is, what made you feel so angry all of a sudden? What? Let me see. Oh, yeah, I remember now. As I was going in, I whacked my little toe on something. I was annoyed at my own clumsiness.
How are you not dead?
Wait, you mean you stubbed your toe? Just a little bump on my little toe. No big deal. It's embarrassing, really. Sounds like he's hiding something. I have to dig a little deeper, don't I? No need to be embarrassed, Window. But I'm afraid that's something we need to look into. I don't really see anything you could have stubbed your toe on. In the area around the dressing room door or in this picture. Maybe there was something there at the scene. At the time. Oh, and what exactly did you stub your toe on?
Objection!
What an irrelevant question. You dishonor the soul of the victim with these unnecessary delays.
You tell her. Really, who doesn't stub their toe every once in a while? You really gotta fuss over every small detail like this?
Well, the thing is... Even the most subtle of fluctuations in a person's psyche can clue us into the truth. That's why I think it's important to get to the bottom of this question. Let's find that down now. Who knows what new insult Simon will hurl my way? There's really no trace left of what window subject's gone by the door. What in the world might have been there then, but is not there now? Oh, I see it! I noticed this path earlier. But I was thinking that it was being dragged away. I didn't think it was being dragged towards it. The TV! We even noticed it's not plugged in. Take this! Please take a good look at the photo of the crime scene. Do you see it? This long track that goes from the door all the way across the room.
Now that you mention it, I do see traces of something getting dragged.
And the drag marks end at the television. This implies that the TV was originally by the door. I'm convinced that this TV is the object the witness stubbed his toe on. Well, Window, how about it? Yeah, you're right. It was a TV. Okay, 10%. There, noise level dropped again. Yeah, I stubbed my pinky toe on the TV. But what of it? Why is it so important to you? Because the TV was moved and the crime scene was altered even further than what we know. The noise went down, but it hasn't completely disappeared yet, which means he's still hiding something. Okay, let's try this tactic instead. Window, why was the TV moved there? Shisho must have moved it so that he could watch my routine. But what a place to put it, right in the middle of the doorway like that. I didn't want to bump into it again, so I put it back where it belonged. Performances on stage can be viewed in the dressing room using that television? That's right. It's a closed-circuit monitor that shows the stage. I see. Now what? I can't find anything else out of this place. I still haven't gotten the noise level down to 0 quite yet. Simon, I'm still getting noise here, but I don't see anything else fishy.
This is precisely why amateurs are such a bother.
Sorry.
I'm in no mood to play nursemaid here, but if that's what it takes to save the soba shop... Boy, oh no, there's a curiosity for you. This table Master Tornado is slumped over. That also looks like it was moved. Did you happen to bump into it while you were moving the TV back?
Oh, yeah, you're right. The TV hit the table and Shisho's body moved with a jolt. That's when I first realized that Shisho was dead. Oh, but how scared I was!
I see. Thank you. We're finally getting a more precise picture of how the body was discovered. But I wager you need to put the spurs into Uendo just a trifle longer.
Right. I can't keep asking Simon to bail me out like this. It's time for me to regain my footing and really stand on my own. Oh no, what you just said now about discovering your master's death. Could you please describe all of that again for the court in detail? All right. But before you do, let me just plug in the latest information. More
Updates? No!
Sorry, Widget.
How are you not dead?
I noticed something. Did you see it? Check it out. He's surprised here. But he's really shocked here. I'll point that out in a second. I'm not really seeing any emotions I'd consider out of place. How about you, Simon?
How many times are you going to come running to me?
No. I was just looking for a second opinion.
Well, take another good look at the flow of emotions. Don't just look for simple inconsistencies. Look at the intensity of his emotions, too.
I see. Thank you, Simon.
Got it!
That's weird. After the initial shock of finding the victim dead, you reacted with surprise again. What was it that surprised you, Uendo, besides your master's death?
What do you mean?
What's more, you were even more surprised for the second time than the first. What could have surprised you more than the finding that your master was dead?
Search me. Your little thingy must have made a mistake.
Silence!
The girl is as sharp as a trout, to be sure. But her ability to hear people's emotions is absolute. Now, get to remembering, Uendo. What was it that surprised you?
That was a compliment, yes? Well,
Uh-oh.
No, we pushed him too hard. Now he's mentally all over the place. His emotions are completely out of control.
Out of control. Care to explain how that's relevant?
You know how normally I listen for the hidden emotions in a witness's voice, right? From there, I look for inconsistencies between their testimony and those emotions. Sometimes a person's feelings can run too high, making it hard to get proper readings.
So that's how your Matrix program works. Fascinating.
Ordinarily, it's just one emotion that runs out of control, but it seems there's nothing ordinary about this time.
Anger, anger, too much anger! Why is everything changing? So much sadness! Surprise! Surprise! Anger! More shock! More surprise! Sadness, sadness, sadness!
I knew it.
What's got your knickers on a bunch now?
Window has multiple emotions running out of control all at the same time. I've never seen anything like this, ever.
So how does one bring a situation like this back under control?
I have to find the root cause of this tangled mess before I can treat him. If I can identify what is causing his emotional rampage, then I can probe to drive it in further. I need to point what it is I think the root cause is and probe it again. So, and through this process, I can identify exactly what's causing the window to cause so much distress.
And that will help bring his emotions back under control. In that case, let's get started, shall we?
Alright, I can't guarantee success, but it's definitely worth a shot.
He's right. This has never happened before in the older games.
Most of the time, emotions just stay in one spot. Everything's out of control, but from one or emotion. But this, they're swapping all over the place. We've never seen this before. But I think I know what's going on. He must have seen the cards.
Got it!
I get it now. The cards were the root of it all. Don't try to deny it. You can't hide your feelings from me. The dying message that was left at the scene of the crime is what's causing your distress. And if the dying message was the cause of all those feelings, then it means that the phrase Owen Forth means something to you. Aha!
Later, losers. Too many updates must go.
There. Noise level down to 0. Finally. The message consists of 2 words, Owen and Forth. But neither of these 2 words have anything to do with this witness. This is probably once no argument. Sure, that may not seem to be any direct connection between Uendo and the message. For now. Why don't you wait and decide what's necessary after you hear my theory?
I trust you hit upon something.
Yep, if my theory is right, we can finally solve the case of Uendo and the mysterious Owen Forth.
Well, go on then. I can already tell this promises to be interesting. Very well. Now then, please, share your theory with the court, Miss Cykes.
There was something puzzling to me about Uendo's out-of-control emotions just now. Namely, that there were 3 distinct reactions present. I have never seen that before, and I wondered how that could be possible. Hold your horses, I'm getting there. though, could a person flip between three distinct emotions of such intensity like a switch? In the end, I concluded that it just wasn't possible.
So that's it, is it? A bit unconventional, but I'll grant that it's possible within the realm of psychology. Within the realm of psychology? I'm afraid you'll have to explain it a bit for the old man up here on the bench.
Your Honor, my theory is that Uendo has multiple personalities. With so many distinct personas, it's clear to me that Uendo has dissociative identity disorder.
What does that even mean?
Your Honor, the defense would treat this trial like a child's jest. Multiple personality disorder. A preposterous proposition indeed. Would you not agree, witness?
How did she know? How did she figure it out? Take that, Sanman! Polkunka! I can't believe it.
I did it! I did it, Simon!
Don't you dare.
Right, sorry. I've read papers on it before, but to think I'd see a case of it for myself.
Lie me. Rakugo artists tell stories as different characters, but as different personalities.
Hey, you, lawyer girl. You got a problem with us, huh? No problems at all.
This is all very hard to believe. But now that we've established that the witness has multiple personalities, could each of them please introduce themselves to the court?
I'm Uendo Tornado. I'm a Rakugo storyteller, as you know. Hello, everyone. I'm Patches, a friendly jester here. Kisogawa. Courtesan.
Courtesan! Wait a damn minute!
And is that all of you? Yes, that's all of us. So there are 3 personalities in total. Uendo, Patches, and Kisagawa, huh? Well, Simon, what do you think now?
That you're one lucky duck. Just be glad that they were dense enough to help you out.
Can't you just straight up say that I did a good job for just one change? You appear to be quite proud of yourself, but all you have done is infringe upon the privacy of the witness. I couldn't disagree more, prosecutor. Now that we know there are 3 personalities, a new way for us to interpret the meaning of a certain piece of evidence has arisen. A new interpretation.
Oh, now I'm very curious. What is this piece of evidence you're talking about, Ms. Cykes?
Knowing what we know about Uendo and his personalities, this now makes perfect sense. The cards. There's a 4th personality named Owen in them.
Take that!
The Karuta cards.
That's right, Your Honor. Recall the original dying message left at the scene. We didn't have a clue as to what Owen 4th could possibly mean. But now, with this new information about Uendo and his personalities, isn't it possible that Owen 4th actually means a secret 4th personality of Uendo's? A personality named Owen?
What?
Bunka. Uendo must have kept his dissociative identity disorder from us because he didn't want us to be associated in any way with that dying message. No, that's not why. We kept that disorder a secret for a different reason altogether. He'd been taking advantage of our affliction to act with various Rakugo characters. If word of this got out, well, our reputation as Rakugo artists would be tarnished, as with Owen name. That's why we kept it a secret from everyone, except members of the Tornado School. But really, there is no 4th personality. It's just the 3 of us in here.
Applause for enough sounding story. But it doesn't prove you didn't rearrange the cards, does it?
But
Shut it up!
I would concede that it is highly likely that the witness rearranged the cards. Is somebody actually agreeing with us? However, it is also not possible the accused killed Master Tornado. And then the message
order to frame the witness. And upon noticing the cause, we found the body. The window arranged.
Silence!
A fantastic tale, but a tale. No one outside the tornado school knew about Uendo's multiple personalities. Uendo just finished saying it himself.
That is true. Ultimately, no. The witness was only in the dressing room for 2 minutes. That's far too little time to commit murder.
Objection!
Wrong.
Then who's to say that he couldn't have done it before his discovery?
Objection!
Spring chicken and breakfast. You already forgotten Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
His testimony? Oh.
That's right. Until just a few moments before Uendo Typhoid Tornado was confirmed to still be alive.
Gah!
No!
Not only that, but Uendo was on stage until just before he discovered the body. A bulletproof alibi that I've already confirmed with several audience members.
Oh no!
I also heard that his rakugo performance that day was a steaming pile of... Well, you get the picture.
Yes, I'm afraid so. It really stepped up the stage, I did. And yet, I have a perfect alibi.
Indeed, why not land the coup de grace on the defense by describing your alibi witness?
Okie dokie, Smokey. Yeah. I was on stage until just moments before I went into the dressing room. The entire audience was my witness. My performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed. I'll never be able to live down how terribly I bombed during the very important show.
Window was on stage before he found the body, so he could not have committed this crime. It is time to let it all go, Democrats, and move on.
Well, get this, Prosecutor Sadmati. The Write Anything Agency never gives up, and we fight right to the bitter end.
Allow me to say this once more. Let it go and move on.
And allow me to say once more, I'm never giving up.
Let it go and
Never!
this is pointless. You should not have taken. You should have taken advantage of this opportunity while you could, you foolish child. Your worthless convictions only serve to prolong the accused's suffering. Words will less weight, but perhaps pain will.
Oh no. Anything but this.
サトライマオマンドもさましで足し抜けたれがせよそろか
What's the big idea, Sadmati?
That was but a small dose of punishment with misguided convictions. Are you now a bit more inclined to give up as instructed?
As if.
You must require another dose.
Not bloody likely. I don't give two flips about your beliefs. But if Cykes were to submit to you here, I won't be able to eat good soba anymore.
That's right. For Mr. Witt's future and Prosecutor Blackwell's stomach, I will never give up.
Rue those words of defense. Of that I can assure you.
Alright.
Hold
Are you asking whether it could have been some imposter? I guess so. Unlike a big arena, a rakugo theater is a cozy, small place. It'll be hard to pull an audience in such an intimate setting, don't you think? I guess you're right. Good. I'm glad we cleared that up, because I guess you could say...
Hold it!
Was there anything special about the stage or your performance that you can tell me? For example, were the lights dimmer than usual? Were there any problems or accidents? Not a thing. Everything was the same as always. Mr. Prosecutor, you questioned the audience, didn't you? Yes, of course. Apparently nothing seemed amiss to them, except, well, one small thing. One small thing? Oh, it's so embarrassing. I tried my best, really, I did. But my performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed.
Hold it!
Do you have any idea what went wrong? I'm not sure if it was performance or just that particular audience. Maybe it was the story I picked. But every entertainer knows that this kind of thing happens from time to time. I guess that makes sense. Still, I wonder how he could have flopped at his own commemorative show. Maybe I should dig into things a little more. What did you perform? Could you show me which Rakugo story you performed? I could, but I'm not sure if it would mean anything to the uninitiated. Well, even if I might not get it, can you at least try me? Alright, fine, if you insist. The story I performed is called Tokisoba, otherwise known as the Time Soba. Time Soba, huh? Innuendo's right, he only said the name of the routines and I'm already lost. Ah, so you performed Time Soba, did you? What? You know it, Prosecutor Sadmade? In the course of my studies last night, I became familiar with a number of stories. I must say to this, you would do well to prepare better for your next trial. Simon, what is Time Soba about? Look it up yourself. Allow me to give an overview. The story takes place on this night. A man orders a bowl of soba in a street shop. I see you probably. Oh god. I can't keep up.
Wow, prosecutor.
Customer take talks on and on like this. Finally, when he is done eating, he goes to pay for his soba.
Ha 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 ha! Very well done, Prosecutor Sadmade. That was excellent.
I don't get it. What was so funny about that? Good. Won't you see? The customer paid with coins, counting them out one by one. Then, just after counting 8, he asked them for time. The soba vendor answered 9. Oh, now I get it. You made the vendor say 9, and then he continued counting from 10. Exactly. He cheated the soba vendor out of 1 mon with his sweet talking. The story continues with another man who saw the whole thing and tries to save, but he bungles the trick and ends up paying more than 16 mon for his soba. The story ends with that as a punchline. You can look up the recipe yourself. Oh, I am sure Prosecutor Sad Monk over there would love to perform it after court. So basically, it's a story about a man cheating on a soba bill. It's kind of petty, isn't it? Is that really all you have to say about the classic story? Time Soba is such a well-known staple of Rakugo.
Objection! Fine. So you studied a lot. But we haven't the time for a lecture detour right now, Prosecutor. I wanted to hear a little more. But I suppose it is off topic. Getting back to the matter at hand, Miss Cykes. A witness stated that the story I performed is called Tokisoba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Would you like to add this statement?
Sure, have it added. Yes, Your Honor, I would like you to have it added.
Very well.
Hold it!
Excuse me for asking, but do you bomb like that on a regular basis?
Well, aren't you a regular rude daisy? You really think that a rakugo artist who regularly bombs would get promoted? In fact, I'm known as the Tornado School's whirlwindo of laughter, I'll have you know.
Is that really true, Simon?
Whirlwindo? Whirlwind? Har har game, har har. That nickname is a bit of a travesty, if you ask me. But his rakugo is solid and well received, yes.
I see. But yeah, whirlwindo of laughter is a big of a stink bomb of a name, isn't it? Oh, what a relief. I thought it was just me.
Ow.
I mean, I'm glad you like it.
Hold it!
The story where a man cheats on his silver bill, right? Why do you think it didn't go over well?
Well, I suppose I was a little nervous. A lot of pressure when you're the star of such an important show, you know.
You? Nervous? I thought you'd be all calm and collected, but I guess even you can get stage fright, huh?
I wanted so badly to live up to the great name of Uendo that I inherited that I guess I overperformed a little this time.
Wait, Uendo was the stage name of a former member of this Tornado School, right?
That's right. The name belonged to one of Shisho's former disciples who died of illness at a young age.
The weight of a new name like that to carry on your shoulders. I see why you were feeling the heat, just like me. I'm carrying the weight of my entire agency on my shoulders right now.
In that case, I can count on your sympathy. And have you go a little easier on me?
With the audience as the witness? Ueno has a pretty unshakable alibi, doesn't he?
You're not giving up, are you? Where's that never say die spirit you displayed earlier?
Of course I'm not giving up, Simon! I just know Uendo has something to do with this case.
But how you connect him to crime if his alibi is strong as that?
I don't know just yet. But I'm gonna press his testimony and keep an eye out for any contradictions.
Alright, let's have a look at the evidence. Yeah, that won't help. Suffocation. Deed.
Wait, that's a lie! Tornado was to perform the time soba routine. He was supposed to do soba glutton.
Objection!
Objection!
Uendo, isn't there something odd about the routine you performed?
Odd? No, I don't think there's anything odd about it.
That's exactly what I find odd. The fact that you don't think it's odd. We are discussing the witness's alibi at the moment. The show's program is completely irrelevant.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, prosecutor. The reason being, it contradicts the statement the witness just made. Uendo, do you know what this is?
No, what is it?
This is an invitation to the show sent from Master Tornado to Prosecutor Blackwell. Included in the invitation is a rundown of the show's program, which clearly states, and I quote, that Time Soba was to be performed by Master Tornado himself. No! Uendo, why did you perform the routine your master was scheduled to do?
Well, you see, the reason for that is... How do I say this? You see, say it was a
prank? That's right, it was just a little joke, you see? He's trying to surprise Chisho by performing his routine before he did. I don't know if I buy that. Is doing the victim's routine really just for laughs, or... Hey, did someone happen to hear time soba coming from the dressing room? During Uendo's performance on stage? It seems like too much of a coincidence. Wait, can it be?
What's the matter? You look like a hen with a dozen eggs to lay.
Don't compare me to birds.
Cease this bird praise. If something has occurred to you, then lay it out for us already. Don't breed resentment from those watching the performance.
All right. I don't have a ton of confidence in this theory, but here we go. It looks like Uendo's alibi checks out, Your Honor, but even though he was on stage at the time, he may have been trying to obfuscate a crucial detail about this case.
Are you referring to the Shoba bill the man tried to skip on in the witness's story?
I'm not talking about the Rakugo story, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry. But then what are you talking about, Miss Cykes?
What Uendo may have been trying to deceive us about was the time of death. Uendo tried to deceive us about the time of the victim's death.
What?
Yeah.
Objection! Gibberish.
Prosecutor Blackwell even testified to the time of the victim's death. I know, but he only testified that way because he and Geru had been completely taken in.
You mean by the Shoba bill thing?
Would you please forget about the story for just a minute, Your Honor?
I was deceived.
Pray tell, how did Uendo see two people while he was performing on stage? That's easy. All he had to do was use a certain prop in the dressing room.
Oh, and what might that be?
The prop that Uendo used was... the TV.
Take that!
This TV was used to view what was happening on the stage. Prosecutor Blackwell, when you came to the dressing room, what was Uendo doing?
He was performing time soba. Blast! Could it be?
Yes, it could, and it was. What you and Geru heard was not Master Tornado practicing his routine. It was Uendo's performance as heard through the TV's monitor speakers.
What?
With the TV just inside the inner door of the dressing room, it could easily be heard from the hallway outside.
And because we knew that Master Tornado was scheduled to perform time soba, we were easily manipulated to think he was still alive at the time, rehearsing.
Yes, your knowledge of the day's program is why the two of you could be fooled this way. Simon, did the voice you hear belong to Master Tornado?
To the doors of the way, I couldn't tell exactly who the voice belonged to. Because I heard time soba, I had assumed it was Master Tornado. I can't believe I was taken in by such a simple mind game. Objection!
All of that isn't mere conjecture. Where is your proof?
Objection!
Uendo moved the TV back when he discovered the body. After all, he couldn't very well leave it by the door. Because then someone might figure out the trick he's been playing. And there's one more thing about Uendo's actions that's suspicious.
And that is...
The fact that he flopped so badly on such an important occasion.
What's so suspicious about that? Even pros slip up from time to time, you know.
But I believe that this time it was intentional. Because Uendo knew that he'd be strange to hear laughter coming from the dressing room.
Oh my!
He purposefully bombed in order to make sure no one laughed? My God. He's an incredible performer. It's one thing to perform well, but to purposely perform so badly that you make sure not a soul makes a sound? Damn, dude! I need to get on his level. It's all just a bit too perfect to be sheer coincidence. Plus, if the voice Prosecutor Blackwell and Geru heard was due to Uendo's scheming, then the victim's time of death could have been earlier than 4 p.m. In other words, Uendo could have killed Master Tornado himself.
We got you by the stones now, Uendo. So you better confess everything. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
We demand an explanation. Window! I confess. I tampered with the crime scene.
Is it the defense's claim that Uendo Tornado is the true murderer in this case?
If he tampered with the crime scene, then we have to at least consider him a suspect.
Now wait just a minute. Yes, I admit to messing with the dressing room, but I didn't kill Shisho.
Then why did you tamper with the crime scene?
I refuse to answer that question.
What?
If you suspect this witness, then I have a question for you. What could it be this time? Uendo had absolutely no reason to murder Typhoon Tornado. After all, why would Uendo kill the man who had recognized his skills and promoted him?
Oh, well, his motive was, I can't think of a thing.
It appears you are also not aware of one other fact.
And that is?
That the accused visited the dressing room before 4 p.m. as well. It is not natural to suspect that the accused killed the victim at that time.
What? Nobody told me that Mr. Wade had also gone before 4 p.m.
We were only discussing the time frame after 4 p.m., so I didn't think to mention it. Now that you have made it the time period before 4 p.m. relevant.
Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going.
So you really do not know what you plan to do during the time period.
Well, it was all very sudden, and did you wait until the very last second to contact me, Simon?
Don't you give me that look. Just so you know, Bucky never told me that he had visited the master before 4 p.m. either.
This sort of thing is exactly why that prosecutor keeps calling us unprepared.
The defense will stop squabbling this instant.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Prosecutor Shotbody, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense, you know of a soba making dressing room.
Is he talking about the equipment for making soba noodles?
We speak of the large bowl that is used to mix buckwheat flour and water. The long rolling pin, a special knife that is used to cut the dough into noodles.
Precisely. These tools all came from the accused soba shop.
You mean they didn't belong to Master Tornado?
Mr. Webb visited the dressing room to give him the soba making lesson. That visit was before 4 p.m. I'm afraid that after the accused cut the dough and noodles noodles. Murder.
But wait, that doesn't add up. If Mr. White killed the victim before 4 p.m., why would he return to the room at a later time?
What the hell are you doing awake?
Wet soba. You're kit and caboodle when it comes to noodles.
Oh my.
Hiya, Ms. Chickadee. Hey, Shimey. The reason I went back is because Master Tornado ordered uncooked noodles. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Mr. Wet.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I got him. Yesterday, I bought noodle making tools to the dressing room at about 2. The rest when Master Tornado ordered uncooked soba noodles to stock up on.
Uncooked noodles to stock up on?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Tornado kept a supply of soba noodles from my shop in his fridge. Whoa, 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 whoa. He only had 1 serving left, so I went back to the shop and got some more.
1 serving of noodles in the fridge. But I thought the fridge was practically empty. Anyway, the whereabouts of the nursing noodles isn't all that important right now.
Brad, you came back to deliver the Uncle Soba, correct?
That's right, Simon. I made time out of my busy day to deliver him the noodles. You know what? He ignored me when I called him from him in the doorway. He just kept mumbling rakugo lines for ages. So I got mad and went back to my soba shop.
Ah, so that's why he got mad. What he's saying is true, then there's no way he could have been the murderer.
I swear I'm telling the truth. This chicken...
Bailiff, quick! Get this man to the infirmary! Well, I dare say he's quite the handful.
Your Honor, please accept the statements Mr. Wet made just now as evidence. I believe the accused's statement about going into the room at around 2 p.m. is true. For it falls within the victim's estimated time of death.
That opens up the possibility that the crime was committed between 2 and 4. That's some critical information.
Yes, Your Honor. But other than that one point, Mr. Wood's statements are dubious and without
Objection!
proof. But they are the words of the defendant himself. Simon, back me up here.
He has a point. If I were the prosecutor, I wouldn't accept them either. While I understand the defense's feelings on the matter, this court is unable to accept anything other than the time the defendant made his visit.
Now, what do? I trust we have no further objections to the defense. At last, the time has come to send the soul of the victim onwards.
Silence!
What are you yabbering about, Prosecutor Sam? We still have something we need to question you window about.
We do? Like what?
Well, don't just stand there.
We don't have any evidence left to present.
Have you forgotten already? Isn't there still a hidden witness you have yet to question?
A hidden witness? Oh, right. Your Honor, there's still one more issue we haven't finished discussing yet.
Oh? And what is this bit of unfinished business?
We haven't finished discussing this issue related to innuendo. We still have to discuss the possibility of a fourth personality, the one named Owen.
Are you suggesting this fourth personality of Uendo might be the true culprit?
Geez, not that again. I told you we don't know anything about this Owen. Look, Uendo, I know you don't have any motive to kill your master, but this Owen may have one for all we know.
Come clean now, Uendo. You got another personality stashed away, haven't you?
Please tell us everything you know about Owen.
That's enough. The witness has already stated that he knows not of any Owen character.
Bravo, you can tell him, Mr. Prosecutor.
Hey, Patches. If you claim you don't know Owen when you really do, that's tantamount to perjury. If you want to exercise your right to remain silent, well, that's a different story. Do not listen to the depraved prosecutor witness. You will be tainted with his evil. Do you have any idea how dark and cold a prison cell is?
I exercise my right to remain silent.
What's this now? Changing forces in the extreme, are you?
Shut up. I will remain silent and that's it.
Patches, you fool, you stay out of this. Patches is not the brightest bulb in that box while a noggin, is he? The fact that he switched from I don't know any Owen to I will remain silent is proof that he does know about Owen.
There it is again. That's a formidable psychological manipulation tactic. Sure glad he's on my side today.
Objection!
Dirty, despicable, depraved prosecutor, you were leading the witness. Witness, there is no need for you to submit yourself to the defense's question.
Objection!
Your Honor, Ueno is definitely hiding something. Please allow me to question this witness about the existence of Owen.
I suppose only this witness can confirm or deny the existence of Owen for us. Very well. I will allow the defense to proceed. Polkunka.
I've never met any personality named Owen. Patches with this blurting out nonsense in a panic. We're always aware, though we'd definitely notice if a personality like that showed up. How dare you treat me like I'm a criminal based on mere conjecture? Wow. Okay, how am I supposed to deal with the testimony of 3 personalities at once? Unless you can prove the existence of Owen here, it's all over. You best screw your courage to the sticking place and attack their testimony head on. Fun fact, that's actually from Shakespeare. Alright, I will. Just stop piling the pressure on me. I have to draw out some info. Anything to drag Owen out into the open.
Hold it!
That, huh? Is that how you experience each other? Like people meeting on the street? Well, it's more like all 3 of us are always here. And the personality that's the most suited to the moment, like, is the one that comes out. So when you're here, Yuendo, what are the other 2 doing? Well, we never know when it's our turn to come out, right? So we stand by and listen. So that means all 3 of you share the same memories? I never really thought about it, but I guess that's right. I see. Thank you. Please continue. Gotcha. Just blurting out nonsense.
Hold it!
Patches, can I have a word with you, please? Why, hello, you rang? You said at first that you didn't know anybody named Owen, but then you exercised your right to remain silent. Were you afraid of committing perjury? Well, you see... I'll take over from here, if you don't mind. Listen, I hate to say it, but Patches is about as smart as a stack of rocks. If you grill him with a bunch of eye-belting words, he's gonna want to keep silent. I see. But looking after loose-tongued Patches is your role, is it, Miss Kisigawa? Well, I don't know about that. But anyway, I do know that Patches was just flustered, and that's why he decided to remain silent.
Hold it!
But what if, for some reason, you 3 were unconscious at the time of the incident? If 3 of you weren't alert and aware, what would happen? What would happen? Well, I'm not even sure what you mean. I mean, you 3 share the same memories, right? But what if Owen is different? What if he has memories separate from yours? Maybe Owen emerges when the 3 of you are unaware or unconscious.
Objection!
Instead of speaking to this fourth personality as a foregone conclusion, I suggest you prove his existence first. Well, we've already seen 3 personalities. A 4th wouldn't be a stretch. End this court by jumping to such conclusions without proof. Have you ever heard these old sayings, Prosecutor Sadmari? What happens twice will happen thrice. If you see I, there are likely 30 in your home. If you see 1, there are likely 30 in your home. I'm basing my theory on such premises. Comparing us to cockroaches. Do we bug you that much, girly? How will you prove that all 3 personalities become unconscious, as you say? Unless you can do that, all this talk is merely empty speculation. Well, Don't be so timid. If you don't have it, then find it. Look for something that could render Yuendo and others unconscious. Alright, I can't back down now. Alright, why, Mr. Wet, I have to... Wait, Mr. Wet? He's drunk. Mr. Wet, falling unconscious. Wait a minute, I think I've got it. Miss Cykes, you have proof to back up your theory. Yes, Your Honor, I do. The proof is right here in the crime photo.
It is. In that case, please point out what supports your theory.
This, most likely, is what caused Uendo to lose consciousness.
Take that!
He must be a lightweight. This is probably what made Uendo lose consciousness. Ah, yes, the sake. And it isn't just like Master Tornado taking a fine ground. Sake? Oh, you mean rice wine. Oh, please. Don't call it rice wine. It's so unsophisticated. It's not even wine. Silly girl. I disagree. You need to become more cultured, Athena. Tomato. It's made of rice and people get drunk from drinking it, right? It's called sake. End of story. Fine, sake it is then. I can, everybody's so touchy about these things.
I recall Master Tornado would often have a drink lunch before me. He said it made him more elegant. Drinking too much of the stuff can make him lose consciousness, though, of course.
And look, there were 2 glasses on the table. Uendo, I believe that your master offered you some sake. And then you must have drank too much and passed out. That's when your 4th personality, Owen, emerged. I drink sake? Oh, that's a good one. We have a real sweet tooth, you see, so yes, we did accept a sugary red bean bun. But since we really dislike sake, we said no thank you for that. I believe it or not, we're real weak when it comes to booze. Even a tiny drop can knock us right out. So you see, I had a sweet manju bun, but I didn't drink any sake. What? That can't be right. The defense demands that the glass be examined right away.
You amateur. You really think I had not already done so? Your foolishness is beyond the pale.
Don't tell me.
There was no trace of a witness that had touched either of the glasses naturally.
Right, of course.
Miss Cykes, would you like the witness's statement added to his testimony?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Very well.
The bun, huh?
Hold it!
So if you had even a tiny sip of sake, you'd conquer it out, huh? That's why you didn't touch the glass that Master Tornado offered, correct? Yep, that's right. And maybe you ate something that had sake in it as an ingredient? I don't recall doing anything like that. He doesn't recall doing it. That doesn't necessarily mean he didn't. He just might not have known that he did it. Better take another good look at the evidence.
Though he didn't drink any sake.
Oh boy, now we're in trouble.
That kind of answer is exactly why Sad Monk keeps insulting you. Now use your head. There are countless ways Uendo could have gotten sake into his mouth besides drinking it.
Well, I don't know about the countless part, but
But nothing. Give it some thought, you'll figure something out.
the witness must have something that contains sake. Anything in the court record that hints at something like that? Alright, let's have a look at the court record. Best place to start would be here. Oh wait, they have camel on them. This, right?
Objection!
Uh-oh. Music still... No, I made a mistake.
That's not even the proper call and response for a knock-knock joke.
What's more, her plan does not make much sense.
Her performance merits neither applause nor leniency defense.
Everybody's a critic. Cut me some slack.
Black! I'm the funny one here.
Hey.
Objection!
This shows what most likely made Uendo lose consciousness.
That note. Are you feeling lightheaded, child? Or perhaps a bit peckish?
I'm I'm not hungry, and my head feels just fine, thank you very much. Look at the paper this note is written on. Isn't there something familiar about it?
What exactly is your point, Defense? This faint design here reminds me of the paper from...
Yep, it's a piece of the wrapping paper on the box of manju buns by the victim on the floor. Wendo, you may not have drunk any sake, but you did eat a sweet red bean bun, right? Well, yes, that's right. I don't know if you're aware of it or not, Wendo, but I believe the maju you ate caused you to fall unconscious.
The bean bun, but how?
Because those bean buns contain a secret ingredient. A very punchy secret ingredient at that.
A punchy secret ingredient?
Yes. The design of the wrapping paper matches that of something else in the room.
It does.
Take that!
The camel pattern. It's the same as the one for the camel brand sake.
So, just as Uendo said, he didn't drink any sake per se. But he did eat some. Hi, Reserve. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Oh boy, so we got a bit of a doozy here. TLDR, he dead. He's the suspect. He's who we're currently questioning. And he's got multiple personalities. Also, Simon's in our corner this time. Impossible. Wendo had a camel brand red bean bun, which boasts a nice shot of sake as one of its ingredients.
So the defense is claiming that Wendo passed out after consuming a camel sweet bun, which allowed a fourth personality named Owen to emerge. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That's exactly what I am claiming.
But there's one thing that bothers me. Wouldn't the alcoholic content of the buns evaporate as they are steamed? In order to give them stronger flavor, some manju are specially made to retain as much of their alcoholic content as possible. Yep, Simon Blackwell is on our side this time. What kind of a lightweight do you think I am? Even I wouldn't pass out from eating a sinful manju. Then how about we test that theory? What do you say, Your Honor? Seeing is believing, as they say. Very well. I will allow a test. Thank you, Your Honor. Simon, can you go and buy us some of those camel manju on the double? And don't forget to get me one too, okay? Why must I? And while you're at it, Prosecutor Blackwell, will you get one from me as well? Duh, I'm not the courthouse's stable boy, you know. But just this once, I will acquiesce. Taka, I'm counting on you. Oh yeah, happy bird scritches. Buns! And all of you had better pay me back. Aw, but I thought it would be your treat, Prosecutor. What a shame. Now then, let's adjourn until the manju arrive via Carrier Hawk. Court will reconvene as soon as Taka returns. You heard the man. We'll be right back. Plus, I've got some lunch sitting in the oven.
Taka sure is fast, isn't he? Alright, let's save. And from what I understand, this trial is the only thing that's happening. There's no investigation. So that means we are almost done with the case, which is great. So let's keep going. On to the next chapter. Also, I'm surprised you haven't said anything about Athena's costume yet. Anyways, May 13th, District Court, courtroom number 4.
Now that the street funds have arrived, court is back in session. Also, hello again, Taka. Please don't rip out the last of my hair.
Go on, window. Eat up.
Nice flavor. You can really taste the sake. Oh, that was delicious.
Yes, a unique sweetness and a faint aroma of sake. I hardly think that anyone could pass up something like this.
What's the matter, Window? What's the matter, Window? You're not afraid of a tiny monster, are you? Or are you scared of how many calories it has?
Don't be ridiculous. A sweet little snack like this couldn't possibly... I mean, it could never.
Less bleating, more eating, witness.
Fine. Whatever.
No.
See, I told you. Don't affect me in the slightest. He's already out? He might be a lightweight, but come on. Nobody's that light. Seriously, nobody gets drunk off of that with one. And he's down. Is he alive? Okay, good. Looks like it worked.
Oh my. Witness, please tell the court your name and occupation.
My name is Owen. I'm 5. You're 5 years old? Am I in trouble? Please don't yell at me. Okay. So, not the weirdest thing I've ever heard of mentally, but... Huh. Okay. So, it's a mixture of DID and mental regression, it appears to be. Oh, and don't worry, everyone. I'm not drinking beer. I'm just drinking some good old-fashioned orange cream Coca-Cola. Not sponsored. I wish I was sponsored by Coke. I'd make millions. Anyways.
So he's your Windows 4 personality.
I wonder if a child like him promoted to murder the victim. Even if he had a motive, could he have actually committed murder?
That's a very good point. Owen does appear to be very timid and meek.
Oh, crap. It seems the defense was hoping his hidden personality would be the real killer. But now that she is standing here before us, it is clear that none of the Window's personalities can be the killer. Ah, crap! Where can I even go from here? Jeez. Owen? You know something about what happened to your master? Come on, buddy. Won't you tell Auntie Athena what happened? A scary lady. I'm not scary. Look at his big smile.
Tell me about your master, please. Pretty please with sugar on top? Okay. Shisho was super nice. He always played with me. Just like a real grandpa. I loved Shisho.
Athena, do you sense anything behind his words?
I sense his sadness. Sadness so pure it's heartrending, but with no discord. Prosecutor Sadmati is right. Owen isn't the killer.
But then, don't you find it odd?
Find what odd?
Let's review what we've learned so far.
Okay, TLDR, so he has a fourth personality. And right now, this fourth personality is out and about, and it is a 5-year-old child. But no matter what,
Uwendo rearranged the Karuta cards to pin the blame on Bucky.
Well, that's because the original message implicated Owen. But Owen is only 5, and he absolutely adores Master Tornado.
Exactly. The other 3 personalities also have no motive for murder. If Owen isn't the true culprit, and the person who first laid out the cards,
Probably wouldn't have been Master Tornado. So then who did it?
the French. Did the appearance of Owen help you figure anything out?
Yes, Your Honor. I now know who it was that first laid out the Karuta cards.
But I thought it was a victim, right?
No, Your Honor. I don't believe it was. The one who first arranged the Karuta cards on the table was none other than... I believe the person who laid the cards out is the very person who killed Taifu Tornado.
Would move on to a new target when your Owen theory proves false. You Polkunga.
I don't know what a Polkunan is, but I know you said it wrong.
Oi, do I need to get the bong camera?
No. It was funny, right?
You're on thin ice, Cykes.
I definitely don't know what it is, but I know I'm definitely not one. And before you start with the sermons, why don't you hear me out?
Yes, let's hear the defense's reasoning. Please proceed, Miss Cykes. But while bluffing, I won't go easy on you.
I understand, Your Honor. Now then, please recall the original crime scene. Who did the Karuta cards name when the scene was discovered?
he did, I think. I'm not sure. I don't speak his language.
Let's see. I believe they implicated the defendant fucking Wedge.
That's right. But then we found out that the message originally read Owen Ford.
Which implicated the young boy, Owen.
Exactly. And the person who rearranged the cards was undoubtedly Uwendo.
The window may have kept silent, but we can be sure he already knew his master was dead. His tampering with the crime scene using the TV all but proved it. The reason the window rearranged the Karuta cards and moved the TV was because he saw the Owen 4th message and was convinced Owen had committed the crime.
That's right, Prosecutor. It would seem that Owen and the other 3 personalities do not share the same memories.
That makes sense, actually. They don't know about each other, but they know that everybody exists. So that means they think that Owen's responsible. So they were trying to cover for him to protect themselves. But if Owen's not the killer, then whoever put out the cards first is.
The window feared that Owen had killed Master Tornado, so he tried to hide Owen from us.
But it turns out Owen is but a 5-year-old child, incapable of hurting a fly, let alone his beloved master.
So naturally, the culprit must be somebody else.
And this somebody else, the true killer, tried to pin the crime on Owen. And in turn, Wendo tried to pin the crime on Bucky. Now, let's think hard about this.
I see. That does make sense.
This is not but conjecture, composed of half-truths and fantasy. Who then, you maintain murdered the victim? I believe Owen might know something about that.
Objection!
Wow, such impromptu testimony, and from a 5-year-old, no less. Such a young child is incapable of producing anything coherent. The music is somewhere between Street Fighter and Dragon Ball Z. That's because a really big tidbit just dropped. Really big thing of evidence.
Objection!
But your desperation is disgraceful. You should realize when it is time to let go, and I saw it. I saw Shisho getting... Owen, you do know something, don't you? Yeah?
Oh my. Is this true? If so, we must have Owen testify immediately. Don't you agree, Prosecutor Sadmati?
Sorry, Sadmati.
It is all right, Owen. Go ahead and tell us what you saw.
Shisho was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared. I passed out. Blood on his face? This eyewitness testimony from the moment of the murder. Owen, can you tell us anything else about what you saw? I was so scared. Owen, his emotions are spiraling out of control. Something must have terrified him.
Is he all right?
His emotions are running wild because he's trying to recall something terrifying to him. I recommend a therapy session right now.
I see. Yes, please do whatever you can to help the poor boy.
We will do so, Your Honor. I better find the cause of these out-of-control emotions now. Widget, go time! You
Got it. No funny business. Let's do it. Hi, everyone. I'm back.
Let's do it. Go time.
For Widget, let's see what we got. Wow! Too much said. Too much said.
Shisho was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto his face, getting it all red.
Kid, he's absolutely terrified of something.
Whatever it is, it might be the root cause of his out-of-control emotions. Take another look at the images. It's probably the blood. The knife wasn't bloody, so...
Got it!
Yeah, blood was dripping down onto Shisho's face. The name of the soundboard? It's, hold on. I got it here somewhere. Voice Mod version 3. I have it set up onto my little, Stream Deck here so that I can just push a button and have something funny happen. Like this. Or this.
Help me! Help me!
Or even... I need to get a second one of these so I can stop having to flip between everything. Ooh, maybe a third one too. See if I have the money eventually. But for right now... Blood? I don't remember seeing any blood in the crime scene photos. Besides, if the victim was standing upright, how could blood drip down onto his face? As I expected, all we managed to obtain from this child is a tail he dreamt up. I guess it's a little weird for blood to drip onto the victim's face if he was standing.
Unless it dripped down from the ceiling or something. What do you think, Simon?
I don't know. Owen's one confused and upset child right now. So who knows how accurate his memory is? Maybe it's time for that thing instead.
What thing?
That thing you and your cohorts do. What do you call it? Rotate your thinking around.
Oh, you mean turn your thinking around.
Stream decks are awesome. They're basically like little tiny keyboards. They're a little panel with a whole bunch of programmable buttons on them. And you can even create folders within folders in order to organize everything. I really should get a second one. Anyways.
Yes, whatever. It is the same thing either way.
No, it's not. Who's ever heard of rotating your thinking? I mean, rotate is... Hey, wait a minute.
What?
You know what, Simon? In this case, I think rotate might just work perfectly after all.
Come again.
All I have to do is rotate things by 90 degrees. When he saw his master, Owen must have been lying down the floor. Owen must have been lying on the floor when he witnessed his master's murder.
What?
That's the conclusion I arrived at when I rotated my thinking by 90 degrees. Which means that all the visuals in the Matrix were off by 90 degrees.
And
This means Master Tornado was also lying on the floor, which solves another mystery.
and which mystery is that?
Mystery of how blood could have been dripping onto the victim's face. It becomes much easier to imagine how that could have happened if he was lying down. Like someone bleeding on Master Tornado was somewhere up above him. I remember now. Somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho. Poor kid. Trying to recall his master's bloody killer is what spooked Owen originally. The blood that stained the victim's face red came from the person sitting on top of him. The victim was holding a knife, so he likely nicked the attacker as he was fighting back. This means that his assailant was injured on the face somewhere, like on the forehead, perhaps. Assuming the victim and the attacker were face to face, then yes.
I see.
So that is what happened. But if I recall correctly, the accused has a fresh bandage on his forehead, does he not?
Wait, what? Uh-oh.
Mr. Wentz. It's conclusive evidence that he committed this murder. Why? Why? It seems you have dug yourself into a pit you cannot crawl out of. Oh, not again. Even though I figured out the reason for Owen's out-of-control emotions, all I did was raise further suspicion against my own client. What do I do now?
What's the matter? You aren't thinking of throwing in the towel, are you?
It looks so bad for Bucky. I mean, he had both the motive and the opportunity. He was an injury on his forehead.
Your Honor.
I sense the defense is finally ready to let it go and move on.
Well, Miss Cykes, I understand that you don't want to give up on your client, but I won't allow you to prolong this trial without a good reason.
Crap.
I really don't want to back down, but...
Silence!
Athena, are you having doubts about Bucky's innocence?
I wouldn't say that. It's just...
Do you remember what you said to Bucky earlier this morning?
You mean... You believe in me, ma'am? No matter what, I'll believe you to the very end.
Were those just empty words?
Of course not! Just that all the cards are stacked up against us.
Are you still stuck on that line of thinking? Motive, opportunity, and an injury to his forehead. Is that all it takes to make you stop believing in your client? Tell me again, who are you to Bucky?
I'm his Miss Chickadee lawyer.
Then do your duty and believe in him until the end.
I will. Simon's right. I'm Bucky's lawyer, and he's depending on me. What the hell am I doing acting like this?
Defense team, please! No fighting in my courtroom!
Defense is ready to resume, Your Honor. Prosecutor Blackwell was just giving me a pep talk, that's all. Thank you, Prosecutor.
I didn't do it for your sake. I did it for the future of Wet Soba.
Yeah, whatever. Thanks. The defense would like to now continue with Owen's therapy session.
Owen, would it be alright with that?
Okay. So somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho, bleeding from their head, and smooshing something into Shisho's face. That's funny.
What is it?
I still hear discord in Owen's voice, but I don't see any inconsistencies between his statements and the emotions. And there aren't any contradictions in his testimony either.
Ah, so that's it.
Did you figure something out?
Your ability to sense emotion is making you focus too much on his feelings, Athena. But there's actually something he's being very vague about in his testimony. If you can clarify what he's feeling uncertain about with some evidence, you should be able to move forward from there.
Alright, that makes sense. I'll give it a try. In that case, I'll just update the mood matrix with more information, and then we'll be ready to go.
Updates again? No!
So I just need to present some evidence on what Owen's being vague about, huh? Alright. Alright, so we know this is where it is, but what could it possibly have been? Well, this is the only thing I can think of. Nothing else would make sense here, so... Because, let's be real, this only proves suffocation. This hasn't come up at all, it's just a title deed. This is an invitation for something, and we've already used it. Simon's statements... Confirmed alive at 4 p.m. These are worthless right now. We've already proven that they're already doing all this. Taifu's note isn't useful at all, and neither is the diagram, so...
Objection!
Yay! I got it right. Let's put a name to the thing Owen's uncertain of, shall we? By identifying the murder weapon that was used to suffocate the victim. Fortunately for us, I spied the murder weapon right here in the crime scene photo. Unfortunately, I spied nothing of the sort. And the police did not spy anything of the sort during their investigation either. Pray tell, where is this murder weapon? You don't see it because it no longer looks the way it did when it was used as a weapon. This is what the killer pressed into Master Tornado's face. The meat bun? Why not? Got plenty of it.
Take that!
It's right here in the photo.
You really think that's what the murderer pressed into the victim's face?
Maybe it was this right here? Or, wait, maybe that over there?
Stop moving your finger around and around until you get it! Athena Cykes out the judge, or tries to anyway.
Yeah, not real psyched about how that went.
Enough puns. If it's not the meat bun, then there's only one thing it could be. think about it. What do noodles come from?
Dough!
Take that!
The mystery person that Owen saw press soba into the victim's face, thereby suffocating him. I grow weary of what tasteless jokes. How could anyone commit murder with soft, delicate soba? The noodles would be instantly fall apart if they were pressed into someone's face.
Yes, I agree.
Well, I disagree. There is a way the soba could have been used to suffocate the victim.
What? You will explain your theory at once, Miss Sykes.
To kill Master Tornado, the culprit must have smothered him with uncut soba dough. The culprit must have used the soba before it was cut into noodles. In other words, the murder weapon was raw soba dough.
What? Order! Order! Order in this court! Yes, soba dough could definitely be used to suffocate someone, couldn't it?
Are you alright, Prosecutor Sadmati? I was just letting the soul of the victim know that the accused will finally face justice thanks to the foolish thing before me. Huh? What do you want about? Allow me to summarize your statements. As the accused was killing the victim, he was slashed in the face by the victim's knife. The weapon he used to suffocate the victim with was the dough in the dressing room. He then disposed of the murder weapon by cutting the soba into noodles.
Why, you smarmy.
Afterward, the accused put the victim's face into the bowl of soba noodles and broth. Wash off the blood that had dripped onto the victim's face from Dawn. And there you have it. The true secrets of the behind this foul affair. Now wait just a minute. I never once said that Mr. Wet was the culprit. Who, but the accused, knows how to cut dough into noodles in the face?
That is a very good point, Prosecutor Sadmati. I heard that cutting soba dough into uniform noodles requires considerable training. But then, what about the dying message? How do you explain this? The defendant wouldn't have known about the Windows Owen personality.
Perhaps the victim is simply playing with the cards they hold. Perhaps he spelled out Owen's name in jest sometime before his murder.
That's true. From Owen's testimony, it's clear that Master Tornado cared for the boy. It appears we've arrived at a compelling conclusion. Taken together, all these points paint a convincing picture of the defendant's guilt.
Owen, is there anything else you can tell us? Doesn't matter how small of a detail. Anything will do. You're scaring me. Oh, sorry, Owen. Auntie Athena didn't mean to raise her voice. Be gentle with him. Can't forget he's only 5. There's no need to be scared, okay? Just tell us anything you can remember. Well, when I woke up, the person who killed Shisha was standing over me, bleeding from their head. Owen, you saw the killer's face? I did it again. So, who was it, Owen? Do you remember? I don't know who it was. Making up some noise. At least there's still something to uncover in Owen's testimony. We don't know what Owen saw. Suffice it to say, we are analyzing the child. We wasted enough of our time to this. Let it go and move on. No! There's still discord in Owen's heart that needs to be addressed. Therefore, I can't give in here.
Owen, do you think you can continue your testimony for us?
Okay. I'll enter these new info and run an update then. Another
Update now! Now!
Okay. Happy. Owen saw the real killer's face. This is ultra-critical eyewitness testimony. Must have been terrified. Wait a minute. What's that one emotion doing in there?
Got it!
He was happy to see them? Despite witnessing the culprit's terrible crime firsthand, Owen experienced a positive feeling. One of relief? The person the witness saw was no stranger. Rather, it was the accused. Therefore, it is only natural that he felt some level of relief when he saw the familiar face. Let's end this madness and sully your soul no more. Owen, who did you see? That nice smell. I love the smell of that perfume. Perfume? Perfume. It's the smell of... You can do it. Try to remember, Owen. Smell of... Crap. Owen?
It seems Owen is now resting in the infirmary. They certainly had their hands full today down there. Let us continue with the trial.
Despite Owen's testimony, it is the opinion of this humble servant of the Holy Mother that the child's words were insufficient to clear the accused of suspicion. But what about the scent of perfume Owen mentioned? I believe it is a clue that will lead us to the true culprit.
But there are thousands of perfumes in the world.
It could even be the scent of the hair product the accused uses.
He does have one amazing hairstyle, so that's certainly possible.
Excuse me, what? What's his hairstyle look like? Oh. Alright, fair enough. The witness is a 5-year-old boy. He could not tell the difference between conventional perfumes and hair products. Why couldn't he have gone for a crew cut or something, Bucky? What's more, the only person who can cut soba noodles with such precision is the accused and no other. How am I supposed to argue with this? And so, the person Owen saw at the scene of the crime can only be the accused, Bucky Wet. Huh? What the?
Hey! I've never used hair products or anything with my smell. I wore something like that. Smelled getting to the soba. Woohoo! Check it. What?
Mr. Wet, are you supposed to be resting in the infirmary?
Whatever. You think I'd let a soba stink of perfume? Try that chill soba for yourself and see.
I believe we have no choice but to try it.
Strictly for examination purposes, of course. Now then, let's dig in, shall we?
Sounds good. Oh.
That was delightful. Well, I'm satisfied that there are no traces of hair products or perfumes in Mr. Wet's soba. First, sweet bean buns, and now savory soba. What a delectable trial this has been.
This mixture is different from the soba I had the other day. It reminds me of a dish we have in Korea called banu kun.
What the think, Miss Jiggity? My soba's pretty good, isn't it?
It's delicious. Don't you think so, Simon?
It still pales in comparison to his thick bottles of cuisine.
Simey, why do you always gotta be so hard on me?
Uh-oh. Bailiff, take the defendant back to the infirmary at once for some rest.
Rest? Hey, I ain't a lump of plain old weedy golden dough, you know. Rest like my soba. You don't let soba dough rest. It's about the refreshes of soba. Grind the seeds first. Fresh. Cut the dough fresh. And
Good grief. What a defendant.
This Bucky wasn't the source of the perfume smell. Wait, smelly perfume?
It looks like you remembered something.
The phrase smelly perfume reminded me of a certain someone.
Oh, and who might that be?
There's only one person that comes to mind. The phrase smelly perfume reminded me of this person. It's Geru, isn't it? We know Owen doesn't wear perfume. You weren't even there. You don't wear anything. I highly doubt it. He'd kill me if I made that statement. Let's do it.
Take that!
Garu Tornado. Yes. Yes, she did smell very nice, didn't she?
Just a moment, please. You would throw suspicion on Gary now because of scent? Your Honor, there is no need to go along with these ever-changing claims of defense.
I suppose their claims have been awfully inconsistent.
But Gary could have been at the crime scene.
Yes, but...
You'll get to see those balloons of hers if we call her back into the witness stand. How vulgar. His Honor is not interested in such things.
Ahem. Setting the matter of her balloons aside entirely, I do believe it is appropriate to ask Gary some questions given the circumstances. This has nothing to do with her balloons, of course.
Thank you, Your Honor. Volkunka. Thank you for calling this disciple of the Tornado School of Rakugo back for an encore. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Gary Tornado. Also, sorry in advance, Reserve. I didn't tell you about the clown girl. 1, 2...
What wonderful balloon artistry.
Your Honor, please. Now then, what would you like me to make for you this time? Actually, I called you back for more testimony, but I'm all talked out. This case has left me completely deflated. Don't make the joke, don't make the joke, don't make the joke, don't make the joke. What, you didn't find that funny? Anyway, what exactly is going on, Simon?
It seems the person who murdered Master Tornado is wearing perfume.
And you were the only person I could think of who wears perfume. Wait, you mean I'm a suspect now? Garu, you knew about Owen, right? Well, yes, I often play with him at Shisho's request. So that means you could have left that fake dying message, right? What? That's because I wear perfume and I know Owen. You think I'm a murderer? Oh, how could you? The witness is absolutely right. With no evidence but distorted memories of a small child. It is outrageous of the defense to accuse this woman. That's right. You don't even have any proof. You may step down from the stand again. The defense does not have one scrap of evidence that connects you to the crime. Excuse me, wait just 1 minute. I may not have proof, but Owen's testimony is still... Enough. Please, feel free to leave, Geru. I'm so close. There must be something I can do. Well, if the prosecutor says okay, I guess I'll be gone.
Silence!
Boy, Geru, you're an entertainer, aren't you? Once you go on stage, your duty. It's your duty to complete your performance, is it not? So what are you doing, leaving halfway through? Is he doing the thing? Why are you doing the thing? I saw that! You bitch!
There's a bandage on Geru's forehead. And since we know that Master Tornado's killer has a cut on their face somewhere...
Impossible.
How'd you know, Simon?
I didn't. But I had to take a chance and see for myself. Otherwise, your theory would remain a groundless accusation.
Your Honor, Prosecutor Sadmati, the scent of perfume and an injury on the forehead, these things are completely consistent with Owen's testimony. In short, the mysterious individual Owen saw in the dressing room could have been Geru.
Ms. Cykes, does this mean you are formally indicting this witness for the murder of Typhoon Tornado?
Shut it up!
Should your accusation prove false, I hope you are prepared to pay the price in full.
Simon, what price is he talking about?
I thought that should be obvious. Prosecutor Sadler was saying that he will see to it that you will never again stand in the court of law. I must say that he knows how to make a very trial interesting.
Whose side are you on, Simon?
Go on then, into the deep end. You really have one choice anyways. Well, Miss Cykes, I'm waiting.
With regards to the witness, Geru Tornado, the defense wishes to indict her. There's no reason for me to hold back. Not if I believe in my client. The defense wishes to formally indict Geru Tornado for the murder of Typhoon Tornado.
Merciful. But now, not even your pleas will reach the Holy One's ears. You will have plenty of time to regret your decision in the pit of hell.
Except I won't need to. The person who murdered the victim was not Mr. Wet. It was Geru Tornado. That bandage is from a silly slip-up I made when cooking yesterday, that's all. What kind of extreme cooking were you doing to get a cut on your forehead? Well, what can I say? That's what happened. You also don't have an alibi for the period before 4 p.m., do you, Geru? But I really didn't know anything was wrong until Shisho was found dead. If you don't believe me, then with a twist... And boom, there you have it. An adorable little kitten. I just expect a cute little balloon artist like me, Geru, I've been meaning to say this for a while now, but maybe that you don't have an eye for balloon art. Don't you think I know that? You didn't have to come out and say it. I'm the daughter of a great rakugo artist. I never wanted to do stupid balloon art. I was supposed to be a rakugo storyteller too, just like my late dad. But Shisho told me to do balloon art instead. The victim thought she had no talent as a rakugo artist either. So you're still going to suspect a poor little thing like me? Please stop trying to skirt the issue. It all comes down to the scent of perfume and the cut on your forehead. You and the culprit in Owen's testimony share these two traits. You're dead set on accusing me, aren't you? Well, here's what I have for non-little girls like you. And with a twist... I'ma cut you, witch. Go ahead. Make me testify all you want. When the truth's revealed, it'll be a balloon of mine that goes pop. Got it?
That thing is fucking creepy. You know what? Hold on. I got an idea. I'm gonna save that for later. Yeah, I'm gonna torment my friends with that one.
Oh my, is this yet another hidden personality?
Simon, is everybody in the Tornado School like this?
How should I know?
Yeah, I visited the dressing room during that time to make a courtesy call after my act. Shisho and Owen weren't in there, but they were both snoring up a storm. I saw the note Shisho left, so I just left. I didn't want to disturb him, you know. Perfume Owen smell must have been left over from when I visited. So, Gary's saying that she went into the dressing room but then left right away?
Don't take her at her word.
Come on, do you really think I would? I'm just trying to figure out how to get her to talk about what really happened.
Now then, Miss Cykes, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Oh, this might be a better one. Hold on. I want to make that into a freaking emote. So, Garu is insisting that when she visited the dressing room, before Master Taneda was killed.
So, see, if you keep on, she may slip up under pressure.
Sounds like a plan.
Hold it!
A courtesy call after your performance, huh? Come to think of it, Window mentioned making the same kind of a visit. Yeah, a visit to your master before and after you're retained. That's just common courtesy with us rakugo artists and entertainers. So that means you paid the victim a courtesy call before your performance too, right? What did you see at that time? He was having a drink and getting himself into a festive mood. You'd like to say that drinking gave him a silver tongue. So he was already drinking by then. Window wasn't there in the dressing room yet at that time. He must have gone in there during my act, because when I went back...
Hold it!
Could you describe how they appeared? They were both stretched out on the floor, snoozing away. So sitting the victim up over the table must have been the culprit's doing. After all, who wouldn't stretch out on the floor if they could take a nap? Guess that matches up with what Owen said in his testimony. But if he was asleep, how could you tell it was Owen? How'd you know it wasn't Uendo? I've known the guy for ages. One look at his face and I know which one I'm dealing with. I see.
Hold it!
Where'd you find your master's note? I don't know. I can't remember. Did you notice anything else unusual or out of place in the room? Well, there was a sake and a half-eaten manju on the table, but I didn't see anything else out of place or whatever in the room, though.
Oh, is that a fact?
Of course it is. What do you think?
And you didn't change anything around while you were in there.
I didn't do anything. Look, I'm telling you. I didn't see anything funny near Shisho, and I didn't touch anything in the room.
Your baldness. I request that Giru's last statement be added to her testimony.
Simon! What's a statement like that going to do for us?
Just play along and you'll see soon enough. I have no problem with adding that to her testimony. But how's about you, Miss Cykes?
I have no problem with it either, Your Honor. Simon thinking. Nothing funny near Shisho. Wait.
Hold it!
So I just want to confirm. Hold on. Jackal's having a brainwave. There was nothing on the floor, and the fridge wasn't open? Then who opened the fridge? You didn't see anything at all unusual or out of place anywhere around the victim. I already told you nothing. And you didn't touch anything at all in the dressing room. How many times I gotta say it? No, I didn't touch anything. Wait, but then she's saying she didn't see what Wendo immediately saw when he checked the victim's body? Does that mean it wasn't there yet at the time?
Oh, hold on. Guess there was something. What is it? The soba making equipment was already there in the room. That means Bucky must have been there in the dressing room before me doing something. Thanks for the non-help. Well, a new statement has been added. She's still sticking to her gun.
She said she didn't see anything unusual in the dressing room. But that strikes me as a little strange on its own.
Really? Why?
If Master Tornado isn't the one who left that, you'd think Gary would have noticed it. And if Master Tornado wasn't the one, then we must ask Gary. You know what I'm getting at, don't you, Cykes?
I think so. I really appreciate Simon's help, but I've got to come up with the answer myself this time.
Objection!
Garu, you said that you didn't notice anything odd or unusual near your master? You also said you didn't touch anything in the dressing room. That's right. What about it? And I wonder who left that dying message with the Karuta cards. What are you going on about? It had to have been Bucky. Sorry, but that's not possible, because only 3 people knew of Yuendo's personality. Yuendo, your master, and you.
If Bucky left that Karuta message, he wouldn't have spelled out Owen. He would have spelled out Yuendo.
What it boils down to is this. As a member of the Tornado School, you, Garu Tornado, are the only one who could have left that dying message. And as the person who left that message, it's clear that you are Master Tornado's killer. Will you ever quit your yapping?
While like Richard clean to the spider and ready for salvation, allow me to cut that holy thread and bring it back down to earth.
Would you quit butting in whenever things start to go my way?
Silence, child. Playtime is over.
What do you just say?
As the witness stated, she went into the dressing room and soon came back out again. But the victim's note was not the only reason she left with such haste. There was another reason that compelled Garu to leave at once. Garu, would you please relate said reason to the court?
There was a reason why Garu had to leave the dressing room? Well, I didn't want to show you this, but I guess I got no choice. Keep your eyes peeled, because here it comes. Yikes! Your hand's all swollen and red. What happened, Garu? If you must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat.
What?
What?
Oh no! Allergic reactions to buckwheat can vary, but they're usually on the severe side. The Typhoon Tornado making soba noodles dressing. Garu is obviously alive, considering all the soba flour that was swirling in the air.
That's right, soba's made out of buckwheat. Good thing I left pretty quick. I managed to escape with just a mild reaction. But I touched Shisho as he was being carried away, and look what it did to my poor hand. There must have been soba broth on his clothes or something. If I hadn't inhaled any of that soba flour, I'd have had a seizure. It would have been good night, Gary. I could never have stayed long in that dressing room.
A person allergic to buckwheat couldn't be in a room with soba flour in the air, and certainly couldn't use soba dough as a murder weapon either.
This isn't good.
You knew it would come to this, didn't you? That's why you've never mentioned her allergy.
As if I would do anything so underhanded. I was simply trying to protect the privacy of this witness.
I'm sick of all these accusations. Won't I just testify and get it all out in the open, yeah?
Also, thank you for sticking around, Reserve. I think we're almost done.
If I come into the slightest contact with buckwheat, I get an allergic reaction. And with that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me. Look at my hand. Just touching Shisho's body caused this much damage. There must have been soba broth on his clothes. Though I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room. I still can't believe it. Nobody told me she had a soba allergy. Did you know, Simon?
Did it look like I knew? Yeah. Protect the privacy of the witness, my foot. What a dirty trick.
Now what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. Put Prosecutor Sad Mug to shame with your cross-examination.
Right. No matter how small, I will find us an opening and break her testimony down.
Time to force a contradiction out, shall we?
Hold it!
You're not lying about the soba allergy of yours, right? Of course not. I swear on the grave of my father up in heaven. I can even get you a doctor's certificate if you want. She seems to be telling the truth. I've had this allergy for as long as I can remember, but I never dreamt in a million years it'd clear me of murder.
And you'll come out of this smelling like a delicate buckwheat flour to boot.
Well said, Your Honor.
Hold it!
I'll give you that there was quite a bit of flour scattered about in the dressing room. But you went in to pay your respects to your master regardless, right? Yeah, but like I said, I came right back out. I mean, the soba-making tools were right there. You better believe I was careful not to breathe any of it in. But you still could have committed this crime if you held your breath while doing it. Don't be ridiculous. I would have suffocated to death before Shisho did. Yeah, I guess you're right. Please, get a grip, will ya?
Hold it!
Maybe there's a twist here. Like you're actually allergic to dogs and not soba? You kidding? Bring my little Jugamoo in here. I'll hug and squeeze him like there's no tomorrow. I'm telling you, I have a genuine, honest-to-goodness soba allergy.
Defense. The witness is clearly authentic allergy. Only find deliberation of the matter. Meaningless, pointless, worthless.
You heard the man, lawyer girl. All right, fine. I was just starting to think the same thing myself. Doesn't mean I have to like it, though. I probably got this allergic reaction on my hand because I touched Shisho.
Hold it!
We're running out of room here.
I have a question about that, actually. If you're allergic to soba, does that mean you're allergic to the noodle broth, too? Well, the buckwheat from the noodles can dissolve into the broth, so duh! Touching soba broth can be just as deadly for me. Don't you know anything? What an amateur! I'm sorry. I look like a doctor to you? Look, anything that has soba in it, anything that has touched soba, is like poison to me.
Hold it!
So, I just want to cover all of my bases, but if the murder had possibly occurred somewhere other than the dressing room...
Objection!
That is out of the question. I even ask you show your complete disregard for all we have discussed till now.
Yes, I have to agree. The defense can't go around suggesting new premises without basis.
Unfortunately for you, Shisho didn't take a single step from his dressing room around the time of the murder. Well, that is unfortunate for everyone. You could not possibly likely have committed this crime in a room where soba was being made. Finally, time has come for the last rites of the victim to begin. What would Mr. Wright do at a time like this? Okay. Guys, there's only one thing to do.
What are you smiling about? It's the pressure overwhelming you.
Nope. It's just the worst of times are when lawyers can force their biggest smiles. I see. You have no rebuttal, so the only thing left is smile. That's where you're wrong. I do have a rebuttal. Turn your thinking around, Athena. Don't try to figure out how Geru, who is allergic to soba, could have committed the crime. Figure out how Geru could be in that room and not have an allergy reaction instead. Think.
Let me rest.
Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. I'm fresh like my soba. Don't let soba dough rest. It's all about 3 freshes. Mon Dieu! What if that certain piece of evidence doesn't mean what we think it means? If that's the case, I might be able to prove that Geru could have committed this crime. No matter how hard you search your mind, you cannot overturn facts.
Well, Miss Cykes, if you have no further objections, I will hand down my ruling.
True, I can't overturn facts, but what if we got our facts about a piece of evidence wrong? Got our facts wrong? What are you talking about now?
And which piece of evidence do you mean, Miss Cykes? Please, point it out for the court.
This evidence proves that Geru could have killed her master even with a soba allergy. I guess I'm gonna present this because that's what appeared in the flashback.
Take that!
It's Master Tornado's note.
The note.
Preposterous. What possible connection could there be between the witness's allergy and the note? The answer lies in the true meaning of the note.
Its true meaning.
This note does not mean I am resting, do not disturb, as we had assumed. But rather, it actually means this dough is resting, do not disturb it.
Wait a minute, Athena. That doesn't make any sense.
You're right, it doesn't. After all, as Bucky told us many a time, you do not let soba dough rest. What's all this jibber jabber got to do with anything? This is it, the home stretch. This note and Mr. Witt's words have led me to the conclusion that Master Tornado was not making soba noodles. Not making anything doesn't make any sense. Not making udon. Udon. Udon is made of normal flour. The victim, Taifu Tornado, was not making buckwheat noodles. He was making ordinary udon noodles instead. Oh, Kunka. That layer of flour in the dressing room wasn't soba flour, but plain old wheat flour for udon. So actually, it was totally possible for Geru to be in that room and kill her master.
What? But if that's true, it changes everything.
Your Honor, the defense requests that we flour in the room be tested immediately. But soba noodles were found in the bowl, and Geru did have a reaction on her hand. How do you explain those things? Well, even were it udon flour instead of soba, you still cannot prove Geru committed the crime. But
Don't lose your nerve now. Keep charging forward, or you will feel my blade at your back.
enough with the threats. I got it.
Talk about pressure. All right, Athena, take a deep breath and go over everything one more time.
Oh, we're doing this now. Okay. Yeah.
This means it's almost the end. I'm going to revisualize the case from start to finish. I have to find conclusive evidence that Geru committed the murder. But what's Master Tornado doing, making in his dressing room? It has to be udon. That's if I say ramen. Let's find out. Bonk. Ramen? Where the heck did that come from? Nobody has said a single word about ramen today. Yeah, I had to. Ramen's yummy though. By my logic, Master Tornado must have been making udon noodles in his dressing room. But something at the crime scene indicates otherwise. Soba was found on the table. Even though the master wasn't making soba, soba noodles were found at the scene. That means the noodles had to have come from somewhere. But where? Wait a minute. One mysterious serving of soba noodles. That sounds familiar. Where did the soba on the table come from? Bonk. If a catering service brought it... Wait a minute, if it was a catering service, then somebody must have delivered it. Nobody testified about any delivery person, so that means... Geru couldn't have made it. That means it was from his stock. I just wanted to be funny. Soba noodles found at the scene were from Master's stock of uncooked noodles. But then why would the couple go out of their way to cook that soba and put it in the bowl? To hide the udon dough. The culprit wanted to hide the udon dough. Soba was found at the scene. That means the culprit must have taken the udon with her to hide it. Why did the culprit take the udon away to hide it? She killed him with the udon dough. Okay. That's it. The udon dough was the real weapon used to kill Taifu Tornado. And the reason why no weapon was found is because Geru got rid of the dough somehow. The real murder weapon was not the udon dough. The real murder weapon was the udon dough the victim made. If we can find this dough, that'll prove my theory correct. And undeniably prove Geru's guilt.
Objection!
Even if we could find this dough, what makes you think that would prove that she is the one? Please recall Owen's eyewitness testimony, Prosecutor Sadmari. If the injury on Geru's forehead was caused by the victim's knife, then Geru's blood must have dripped down onto the dough and used as a murder weapon. That would make the dough pretty conclusive evidence, wouldn't you agree? Ah, but where is this conclusive evidence? Let us hear your theory on where this murder weapon is. Well, I can't find the answer in the evidence I have on hand. We will lose the trial. How did she get rid of the udon dough? Think, Athena. What do I have that points to suspicious behavior on Geru's part?
Now then, Miss Cykes, let's hear your answer. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? Spock, I assume you have the bite.
Stop distracting me! Especially not right now! This piece of evidence can point us to the location of the hidden murder weapon. Ah! We never did find out where those dumplings came from, did we?
Take that!
Geru.
Huh? What is it? I'm just an innocent girl. I don't know anything about a murder.
Stop that cute act in your balloon hat.
Ugh.
Garu got rid of the dough she used to kill Master Tornado in a bold and daring way. She did it right in front of Prosecutor Blackwell's nose by feeding it to her dog. No,
Of course. Now it all makes sense. I was puzzled as to why Gary, who should know her own dog's eating habits, would feed Jiggamu more than he could possibly finish.
Your Honor, please order an investigation of the yard right now.
And what should the police without theater be looking for exactly?
Jugamu must have buried his leftover dumplings somewhere around his doghouse. Dumplings that Garu made out of the udon dough with her blood in it. Yeah. This is preposterous. I want to thank you, Simon. If you hadn't kept me going, I would have given up along the way.
What are you blathering on about? You still have work to do. Now, by your hand, finish this wretched case off, Athena.
You got it! Garu, you remember what you said would happen when the truth was finally revealed? Well, now the truth is out. Looks like to me that you're a balloon that's gonna go pop. Ah! Take that, Polkunka! I'm a rakugo artist. I was the one who was supposed to inherit that name. But then, in Shisho, wow, my balloon's bursting. Dad, are you mad at me? I've been... Oh. Are you ready to tell everything? Are you ready to tell us everything now, Garu? The whole reason I entered the world of Rakugo in the first place was to follow in my father's wonderful footsteps and inherit his stage name. His stage name? You don't mean...
Uendo Tornado.
I knew I wasn't very good at storytelling, but I thought that if I did the stupid balloon thing like Shisha wanted, I'd inherit the name someday. But Master Tornado gave the name to his junior disciple. Yeah, that's why I took my revenge on Shisho during the show celebrating the name's succession. So that was your entire motive? I doubt anybody else would understand, but inheriting my father's name was everything to me. It was my whole reason for living.
Of all the days you could have taken your revenge, why did you choose the day of the show?
Because I wanted to pay Uendo back for stealing what was rightfully mine. I wanted to put the blame on him at the show where all the Tornado fans were gathered. But then Uendo tried to shift the blame onto Bucky, and now we know the whole story.
There's just one more thing I want to know. Did you know that Master Tornado was making udon in his dressing room yesterday?
No, I didn't. When I saw the soba making tools, I was worried about my allergy. But it was my only chance to get revenge on the two of them. So I went ahead and did it.
So, it was a premeditated crime, but in the end, you only went through with it on impulse. Then, the allergic reaction on your hand. Is it from touching the soda in the refrigerator with your bare hands, when you were tampering with the crime scene after your master's death?
Yeah. By that time, I wasn't clear-headed enough to worry about my allergy.
Gary, how could you do all of this, you idiot?
Garu, I get your desire to inherit your father's name. Of all people, Athena does get it. But what you really should have inherited him wasn't his name, but his heart. His heart.
Do you have anything to add, Prosecutor Shadmari? Any objections?
No, Your Honor. Miss Athena Cykes. Yes? That's the first time he's used my name. I shall be sure to remember your name. Really?
It seems he finally recognizes you as a proper adversary.
Thank you. That's all I ask, Prosecutor Sadamati.
It looks like there are no further objections. Bailiff, please bring in the defendant. And let's hope he is not drunk anymore.
I'm not.
Ah, good. It seems you have made a full recovery. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Bucky Wet, not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned.
May 13th, 11:55 a.m. District Court, courtroom, no,
Defendant lobby number 6.
Congratulations, Bucky. I'm so glad you were found innocent. Thank you for everything, Miss Chickadee. It still sucks that you were accused of a crime you didn't commit. Did a window have it out for you or something? I don't think so.
The window said it was a spur of the moment idea he got when he saw the silver cars.
Simon, where have you been?
I stopped in at the window's question. Only you, Bucky, could get framed for a crime on a whim.
No way. I almost got convicted out of convenience? You know, you kind of remind me of a certain Butts. Well, at least you've been completely cleared of all charges, so buck up, buckwheat. On a more important note, what I really want to know is, why didn't Master Tornado let Giru inherit her father's name?
What do you mean on a more important note, Miss Chickadee?
Oh, don't be such a wet blanket. Just go with the flow. Now, come on. You think the Master was trying to encourage her to quit the entertainment business? No, that's not it. He didn't give the name to her because he wanted Gary to find her own calling in life. To perform whatever she wanted to without being bound by her father's name or rakugo. Making udon was his way of showing his support for her and her new endeavor. So that's why he called you to the theater, huh? To teach him how to make udon?
The more roundabout way I've never seen. But that's Master Tornado for you.
So this entire incident happened because of a misunderstanding? That's sad.
By the way, Gary was the only person Master Tornado was trying to cheat on. Even though the person in question still seems unaware of the Master's intentions.
What? You talking about me? Come on, no way. All that old man ever did was criticize my soba. That's not true, Bucky. We haven't used the deed yet. You see, Bucky, the name on the deed is still yours. He just didn't think you were ready yet. But he was prepared for when you did get ready.
Take that!
Check it out. Take a good look, Bucky. Whose name is on there as the holder of the title deed? It's still in my name.
Master Tornado just up for one of his tricks when he said he stole the shop. He was trying to force you to grow into a truly capable owner in your father's stead.
He probably used some tough love on you so that the shop wouldn't just go belly up. I see. Ha! His hair turned into buckwheat. Never knew. Oh, Master Tornado. I'm so sorry.
Keep working hard, and pay him back by living up to his expectations.
Thanks, Slimy. And you too, Miss Chickadee. One day my soba's gonna be so good it'll knock that old man's socks clean off. After all, I'm the 4th generation owner of Wet Soba. Wet noodle number 4. Well, I better be getting back to my shop. I gotta get ready for the lunch rush.
Hold on. Can I place an order for delivery, Bucky?
Yes, Miss Chickadee.
Could you deliver a bowl of udon to Geru on behalf of her master?
You got it. I'll make sure it's got all the TLC Master Tornado with a package too.
Thank you.
Well, see ya. Be sure to drop by the shop sometime.
I will. I'll bring the whole agency with me.
Do us all proud, Bucky. I have the best soba in town waiting for you when you come. Peace out.
Nice to see somebody giving it their all, isn't it? I wonder if I leveled up at any thanks to this case.
Don't kid yourself. The trial would have been a spectacle to have had I not been by your side.
You don't know that.
For a lawyer who's versed in psychology, you're too full of weak points. You need to learn to analyze yourself more objectively.
Or you could just teach me your famous mind trick, Simon.
No,
Why to shut someone down, and why not?
because the more pesky lawyers there are, the harder my job becomes. So it's in my best interest for you to remain free forever.
Hey, what about what's in my best interest, huh? Besides, weren't you the one who had the wool pull over your eyes by Uendo?
Must you remind me? How could I have known the window would do time sober?
Hey, speaking of time soba, I just thought of something funny.
Oh, goody. I can't wait.
Okay, here it is. In time soba, why didn't mod number 9 get counted? Come on, do you know why, Simon?
How should I know?
Because 7, 8, 9. Thank you, I'll be here all week.
Right.
Oh,
That I should have known. Come on, let's go get soba or something. Go home.
Your treat?
I'll treat you to 50% of the tab. And don't forget, you still owe me for that manju.
Really, Simon? It wouldn't hurt for you to pay me every once in a while, you know?
Quit squawking and start walking, Athena.
Hey, wait for me! I may still have a ways to go as a lawyer, but just like Mr. Wright, Apollo, and Simon before me, I'm gonna get there someday. After all, I've inherited their passion for our courts and the law. Dépôt de l'affaire. I can do it.
And that's it. So like I said before, starting next week, I'm going to be doing something a little special for a very good fellow streamer friend of mine. He's going through a rough patch, and I want to be able to help him any way I can. So for 4 days during next week, I'm going to be doing a series of streams to charity for him. I hope you guys can all tune in. And I hope you guys tune in to all the other streamers who are going to be helping out. But until then, be sure to make an impact in someone's life today. And make it a great one. I'll catch you all next week. Peace.